Pardon us for the delay. We had a closed door meeting prior to this. Well, welcome to our commission meeting in October. Thank you all for attending. And it is our 6:30. Well, it's beyond that, but we're ready to go. So, City Attorney? Take a roll to the clerk. City Clerk, call a roll, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Castillo?
Here.
Vice Mayor Good?
Here.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Here.
Commissioner Seifel?
I'm here.
Mayor Ordus?
Here.
City Manager Dodge?
Here.
City Attorney Gorin?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we have the Pledge of Allegiance, please? City Attorney, would you lead us?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, thank you. All right. Before we go to our roll call, let me just say, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we got a ruling. I'm going to let you say it. Yesterday we got a ruling about a lawsuit with Southwest Ranches suing us. After 7 days of testimony, came back yesterday with a verdict, not guilty. We won everything. And it's time they need to just go about their business with a small town and stop trying to sue everybody. I mean, 7 days of grilling. It was a murder trial, I'm telling you, but our attorneys were the best. They are the best. Our city staff, Mr. Dodge was there 7 days. It was refreshing to see us in action. So again, we're gonna have a press release, but just wanted to tell you, congratulations to our attorneys who are the best, and our city staff, thank you very, very much. Deserves an applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Mayor?
City,
Mayor?
Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Mayor. This past Sunday, the city lost a resident. He and I have known each other since I was in the first grade. He was a Philadelphia police officer, Air Force, and I'd like to have a moment of silence for Donald Suplee.
Mayor, let's have a moment of silence, please. All right?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
Mayor?
you very much. Thank you. Commissioner Castillo, was that you?
Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, very briefly, can you explain exactly what happened at the lawsuit so that it's, I want to make sure that the record is clear about what occurred yesterday.
Mayor and Commissioner, if I can, the manager is prepared also, but if you would allow me a moment, I would like to read into the record the media release that was offered up by the city this morning, which would be useful for the record and would also clarify your questions. I may read, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Thank you. The title to the article reads as follows: A jury finds in favor of the city of Pembroke Pines, town of Southwest Ranches denied money damages from city. And on Tuesday, October the 19th, 2021, a jury in Broward County Circuit Court returned a unanimous verdict in favor of the city of Pembroke Pines and awarded no damages to the town of Southwest Ranches in a case where the town blamed the city for a decision made in 2012 by the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office, that's ICE, to not award a contract to a private prison company to construct and to operate an immigration detention facility in the town of Southwest Ranches. The town claimed it would have received over $100 million in revenues from the operation of the facility through an agreement it had with the private prison company. On June 15, 2012, ICE issued a public bulletin notifying the town and all others that it no longer needed the bed space and was not going to build an immigration detention facility in the state of Florida. Even so, in October of 2012, the town, knowing of this public statement, sued the city of Pembroke Pines, alleging that the city was responsible for ICE's decision. The jury agreed with the city of Pembroke Pines. In addition, when the private prison company Core Civic, formerly known as Corrections Corporation of America, or CCA, sued the city over the same matter. The courts rejected its claims for damages and entered a judgment in favor of the city of Pembroke Pines. As of this date, no immigration detention facility has been built in the state of Florida. The city of Pembroke Pines intends to request the court to compel the town to reimburse the city for its legal fees and costs defending this lawsuit. And that's the end of the statement, Mayor and Commissioner. Thank you for this opportunity to present it to you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Seipel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That was fabulous. That was fabulous. Thank you for reading that. But I'm asking for a moment of silence. We did lose two very, very special people. Nair Padma Kumar, who passed away a couple of days ago, unfortunately, and the one that all of us loved so much, who was Kunjama Koshi, Auntie Koshi, who had been ill for a little bit of time, and unfortunately, she passed away. She was a good friend to a lot of people, and was a very strong advocate for women, and she was a nurse, was a great role model, and was just, you know, like everyone's auntie, and she was always there for whoever needed whatever. But she was tough. She was tough with the guys out there, and held her own with them. And so we were very, very proud to know her and to have shared some time, you know, with her. Unfortunately, not enough time. There never seems to be enough time. But so, Mayor, if we could please just have a moment of silence for those two that we tragically lost. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. May they rest in peace.
Mayor, may I?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. So I too wish to have a moment of silence for one of the members within our city, a longtime resident within the Pines Village, a veteran. His name is Eddie Jordan. His wife, Kit, has spent a number of years volunteering for the city, and we just lost him very, very recently. And I just wanted to say for anybody who knew Eddie that the memorial services will be at the Trinity Lutheran Church on Saturday, October 30th at 10 a.m. at 7150 Pines Boulevard. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to exercise a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Moment
Mayor?
of silence, please.
Oh.
All right.
And
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner.
Also, we lost two colleague police officers in the city of Hollywood. And as people drove up today, they also saw our flag and all flags at half staff. The president ordered that in memory of Colin Powell, who was a great statesman, soldier, and a gentleman who served in 4 presidential administrations, and he will be sorely missed. A moment of silence, please.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna have some presentations now. Someday it's gonna be better that I can come down like I used to and present them in person, but we have these plastic things we have to go by, so we have to do as best we can. This is a presentation to a gentleman who is going to turn 100 years old on November 1st, 2021. He is a person that has single-handedly governed this city, I think for about 60 years anyway. Didn't always get along, but we always were there when we needed to be. So, it is my great honor, he doesn't know it's gonna happen, it's my great honor to present a proclamation from the city of Pembroke Pines to Alexander Alex Wodashinsky. That's you. Yay! All right, this is whereas the son of Ukrainian immigrants, Alex was born on November 1st, 1921, and raised in Manhattan, New York City, together with 3 siblings. And whereas Alex earned his sea legs as a crew member of the historic world-side cruise liner SS America. Wow, I didn't know that. And whereas during World War II, Alex enlisted the United States Coast Guard, he was the plank owner of the USS Rhodes, destroyer escort number 384, upon which vessel he sailed for Bermuda on shakedown and served in the North Atlantic, North African, and North Pacific theaters. And whereas Alex relocated to Miami, Florida, where in 1952 he met his bride-to-be, Jerry. Together, the couple became Pembroke Pines pioneers in 1957 upon moving to the city-to-be, where they raised 4 children and have 7 grandchildren. And whereas Alex earned renown in the South Florida boat manufacturing industry for the innovative design and fine quality of the marine canvas work, spending much of his career with Bertram Yachts, from which he retired. And whereas Alex is a rescuer of animals and plants, after a house fire, he entered a neighbor's smoke-filled home to rescue the family dog. He resuscitates discarded plants and is expert at grafting crotons. Alex, for many, I didn't know all about this. Many years I knew you. Alex, for many years, donated plants intended to the special flora of the Estelle Kipnis Memorial Butterfly Garden in Pines Village. And whereas Alex is a founding member of the World War II Veterans Group, which met regularly at the Pembroke Pines History Museum. He's also called upon residents of the Alexander Nittinger State Veterans Nursing Home to spread cheer and exchange tales of their World War II experience. And whereas over the years, Alex drove Jerry to scores of the meetings, always ready to lend a helping hand. He practiced his lifelong dedication to promoting the common good. And whereas over the years, Alex drove Jerry, whereas soon to be 100 years young, Alex continues to nurture his creative instincts and problem-solving abilities, expanding his lifetime love of music from listening to playing. He has taken up the guitar. Wow. His more recently discovered interest in cooking and baking has resulted in many culinary creations and some incentive kitchen equipment, which I know you'll share with us. Whereas throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Alex remains a steady source of wisdom, encouragement, and strength to everyone around him. Wherever he is bid a good day, Alex is quick to reply, and you have a better tomorrow. Now therefore, I, Frank Ciordas, by the authority vested me as mayor of the great city of Pembroke Pines, Florida, on behalf of the City Commission, to hereby deem it an honor and pleasure to extend this proclamation to Alexander Alex Wodashinsky on the occasion of his 100th birthday, with sincere congratulations and best wishes, and thank you for your service to the community and our country. Mr. Wodashinsky, thank you, sir.
What do we get for 125 years?
You'll see.
You'll be here. Are you ready?
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you all.
All right.
This is a big, supreme surprise.
I heard. Well, you deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you.
Mayor, the Wodashinsky family has meant so much to the legacy of the city in capturing all the moments, the good, the bad, the ugly, and I am just eternally grateful for what they have done for this community for so many years. So thank you, Mayor.
Well said, well said. All right, this is National Red Ribbon Week. Can we have the persons coming down to receive a proclamation? Melissa Sauer, Marine Gunnery Sergeant Sauer.
How sweet. Oh my God.
How are you? Good, how are you? Good, you can just turn that mic down and press the button, there we go. All right, this is a proclamation from National Red Ribbon Week. Whereas communities across America have been plagued by the numerous problems associated with illicit drug use and those that traffic in them. And whereas there's hope in winning the war on drugs, and that hope lies in education and drug demand reduction, coupled with hard work and determination of organizations such as the Young Marines of the Marine Corps League to foster a healthy, drug-free lifestyle. And whereas governments and community leaders know that citizen support is one of the most effective tools in an effort to reduce the use of illicit drugs in our communities. And whereas the red ribbon has been chosen as a symbol commemorating the work of Enrique Kiki Camarada, a Drug Enforcement Administration agent who was murdered in the line of duty, and represents the belief that one person can make a difference. And whereas the Red Ribbon Campaign was established by the Congress in 1988 to encourage a drug-free lifestyle and involvement in drug prevention and reduction efforts. And whereas October 23rd, 31st, 2021 has been designated National Red Ribbon Week, which encourages Americans to wear a red ribbon to show their support for a drug-free environment. Now therefore, I, Frank C. Ortis, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, hereby proclaim October 23rd and 31st, 2021 as National Red Ribbon Week in the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, and urge all residents to join me in this special observance. Here you are, and would you like to say a word? You may, please.
Yes. The Young Marines.
Gunnery,
is a non-profit.
You're gunnery? That mean with a gun? Oh, no, I'm sorry, I just thought. Melissa, go ahead.
Thank you. The Young Marines is a nonprofit 501c3 youth organization for boys and girls from age 8 to the completion of high school. We have over 300 units across the U.S. and over 10,000 youth and 3,000 adult volunteers enrolled in our program. The mission of the Young Marines is to positively impact America's future by providing quality youth development programs for boys and girls that nurtures and develops its members into responsible citizens who enjoy and promote a healthy, drug-free lifestyle. It takes a community to raise children into leaders, and with your support in this proclamation, it shows our Young Marines that the City of Pembroke Pines stands behind them and supports their efforts to spread the word to just say no. Thank you again for your support year after year. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Have a good evening.
All right, I have another proclamation, and this is Florida City Government Week. Whereas city government is the government closest to most citizens and the one with the most direct daily impact upon its residents. And whereas municipal government provides services and programs that enhance the quality of life for residents, making their city their home. And whereas city government is administered for and by its citizens and is dependent upon public comment to and understanding of its many responsibilities. And whereas city government officials and employees share the responsibility to pass along the understanding of public services and their benefits. Whereas Florida City Government Week offers an important opportunity for elected officials and city staff to spread the word to all citizens of Florida that they can shape and influence the branch of government. And whereas the Florida League of Cities and its member cities have joined together to teach citizens about municipal government through a variety of activities. Now therefore, I, Frank C. Ortis, by the authority vested in me as member of the City of Pembroke Pines, hereby proclaim the week of October 18th to 24th, 2021 as Florida City Government Week in the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida. Congratulations to us all. All right, now we are into our meeting, and we have our consent agenda, items 1 through 13. What is your pleasure?
No polls.
Any polls?
Number 8.
8 by Commissioner Schwartz.
No polls, Mayor.
All right, any other
Number
polls?
13 for me, Mr. Mayor.
What is it?
13.
Okay, 13 by the Vice Mayor. Any others? Public? All right, hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve all those numbers that we did not pull.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Castillo, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Seipel, discussion. Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Castillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Seipel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Ordus.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. All right, Commissioner Schwartz, item 8, please.
Motion to award IFB number TSPW-21-01 citywide pressure washing services to the most responsible bidder, Power Washing and More LLC DBA Green Earth Power Washing in an initial amount not to exceed $329,000, subject to annual CPI increases.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Castillo. Go ahead, Commissioner Schwartz.
If I could, through the manager, ask Mr. Gomes to come forward.
Mr. Gomes? Night, ladies. Thank you.
Mark Gomes, Procurement Director.
Good evening, Mr. Gomes. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for the memorandum that you placed in the backup. The question I had for you, you had detailed the public discussion that we had on the record, and you detailed telephone conversation. How are you so precise in the telephone conversation to capture the actual questions?
So we had the conversation, I took notes, and I wrote the memo based on that.
All right, and the questions that
Pardon me,
were,
just-
Sorry, Vice Mayor?
Is there an exhibit that you're referencing?
35.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's in the back. And the questions that I asked you on the record were the identical questions I asked on the phone. Is that correct?
Well, it was based off of memory and the notes I took from that call, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further questions? All right, on item number 8, color roll, please.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just inquire of the commissioner for a moment.
All right.
The exhibit you're referring to is the memo or is the exhibit?
City Attorney, give me 1 second.
Because the clerk needs to clarify. Thank you.
It is actually number 1 in the backup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right, City Clerk, color roll, please.
Commissioner Schwartz?
No?
Commissioner Castillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Seifel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. All right, we're now on quasi-judicial consent agenda, City Attorney. We are on ordinances and resolutions, item 14.
Item 13.
No.
13, Mr. Mayor.
13.
No, all
Thank you,
right.
Mayor.
Item 13, Vice Mayor, sorry.
That's okay. So item 13, motion to approve request to advertise PSPW-21-11 citywide fencing.
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Castillo. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I pulled this item. I didn't want it to just go on by because I think we had several conversations about this particular bid for fencing, where the contractor was requesting for increases in their contract, of which it didn't have any language in the contract actually that allowed it to happen. And understanding that, this is a time where supply channels are probably creating stressors on some of our contracts. I did have a lot to critique on the method in which we were attempting to go, but I do want to compliment staff for the solution that's been provided tonight, because I do agree that we should probably build a library of services for this type of work, and for each project that we go out for each project independently, so that we can get a competitive pricing on each of those projects. And I just did want to let staff know that that did not go unnoticed. Very much appreciate the solution. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further questions on item 13? Hearing none, call a roll, please, City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Seifel?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Quasi-judicial consent agenda, ordinances, resolutions, City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Number 14 is next up. If you will, it's a second reading, and if you will allow me, I'll read the title into the record. It's a motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2021-15 on second and final reading, which is an ordinance of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, to approve the franchise agreement with Eastern Waste Systems Incorporated, that's referenced as EWS, for bulk waste/trash and bulk yard waste collection services. Attached here to is Exhibit A, authorizing the city manager of the City of Pembroke Pines to execute the agreement with EWS, all consistent with the provisions of Section 3.12 of the city charter, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and finally providing for an effective date. Item number 14 on the floor for consideration. Thank you.
Moved by Commissioner Castillo, second by Commissioner Seipel. Discussion.
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Dodge, what will be different from the current rules going forward with the bulk service? So I know that many of us were a little busy this past week, and I did write a memo. I did not get an answer to that specific question, but I'm asking what will change in terms of bulk service from the arrangement that single-family homes have been used to for these many years? It's still going to be twice a month, correct?
There is no change. It remains the same as previous contract.
Any new rules, new restrictions, new changes?
Well, there are new rules and new restrictions as far as accountability regarding missed pickups and schedules, as well as additional staffing that will be monitoring that whole process.
But in terms of how homeowners will use bulk service, are there any new rules or changes that will affect them? And
the only other one I can think of, and probably Mark can agree to it, there is a limitation on the amount of bulk that can be placed street side.
And how much
is that? 10 yards, 10 cubic yards.
And 10 cubic yards is that's a lot of bulk, right?
It's a very good amount of bulk.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
But it will control those who are out of control in the amount that is being placed.
Well, and that's understandable. We've had some concerns about, landscapers dropping off stuff in front of people's houses and that kind of thing. So that's why that change is being put in.
That's one of the reasons.
Any other changes?
I don't believe there are any others.
Thank you.
Commissioner Seipel? Commissioner Seipel?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear who you called. Thank you. City manager, along with some of the changes that are happening, there's also some things that are still the same, but that our residents maybe don't totally understand, such as what actually constitutes bulk pickup, and as opposed to what would require, a container, a yard container for certain things. So how would you say, city manager, that we would provide that information to our residents on how and what that means to them, and how they should then be able to utilize, whether it's this 10, cubic 10 or whatever. Some jobs are okay with that. Some jobs are going to require that they actually have a container placed in their yard for that. So, city manager, how are we going to provide that information to our residents?
City manager?
As part of the contract, both for residential collection as well as bulk, we're developing an education piece that we're going to be handling through the next 3 months prior to the initiation of this come January 1. As it exists now, our current waste hauler, Waste Pro, is still handling the bulk. The way we did this, and it probably saved almost 100% of the cost, because as you know, when we went out for waste collection and disposal, the price was $50 a month per household was the bid, and that's if we did it as we had traditionally done in the past. What we did in this proposal is we broke every cost out, both the collection from the disposal and the methodology. And what happened, instead of it going up to $50, it is now $26 and change. It was roughly about a $3 a month increase, which is really significant compared to the way bids are coming in today in the waste business. So that would be the change. As far as the containers you talk about, that's more under the commercial element of the Waste Pro contract. Doesn't really have anything to do with this particular contract. It doesn't necessarily mean they can't contract with this vendor if they have a lot of debris and they want to pay separately to exceed the amount that they're allowed. Because placing it street side is one thing, but putting a roadside dumpster is more in the area of construction debris.
And Mayor, if I may, Mr. Dodge, that was a little bit of what I was alluding to, where a resident, excuse me, a resident may have a large renovation going on, and they're going to their vendor, whoever's doing the job for them, you know, they can't just put the stuff out front and expect it to be picked up as bulk. I mean, there's a difference in that, and it's spoken to specifically in our code here, and that's what I'm referring to on that part of it, because that is a bit of an issue that we've had with folks didn't really understand that they need to make sure that whoever's doing their work, their vendor, gets a container and it's put out, you know, it's put out there. The city, they get a permit, they put it out, and it's there for the time. But I also want to make sure that what I'm asking for is not just that I'm trying to put an onus on the residents to do something. I'm very happy with the language in the contract that EWS, if they don't perform as they have agreed to, there are some pretty tough penalties that are in there, and I feel very reassured after conversations with you, City Manager, that we are going to have staff that will be able to enforce that when it happens, because it doesn't mean anything if you just have a piece of paper and you don't follow up with enforcement by penalizing the company if they don't do the right thing or don't do what they've agreed to, time-wise, performance-wise, all the things that they've agreed to. So again, I don't want to make it just seem like I'm asking about that a resident needs to do. I want to make sure everybody understands that I'm very happy that there's also on the business, on EWS, to perform to what they've agreed to as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a few things I just want to speak to in regards to this contract. Probably the first thing I just want to discuss is how a prior decision we made impacts this particular contract. So back in August 4th, this commission authorized and approved what they call the First Amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County for disposal services. So we did that because we have, an expiring disposal service agreement with our current vendor, or maybe the past vendor, Reuters. The important thing about that agreement is that, it now allows us to have our solid waste disposed of at a more effective cost. So it was good that the city chose to find a disposal service that is in the best interest of the city. Now, in that agreement, and I failed to catch it at the time because I read a blank version of the agreement. I didn't see the executed version of the agreement. But the agreement allows or offers what we call optional services. So the agreement basically was really about garbage. What's in your green can, garbage. And the optional services were bulk waste, yard waste, and I believe maybe recycling. No, construction and demolition debris. So these were sidebar type of options. And the location that we're delivering to, the primary location, is what they call the Wheelabrator. Wheelabrator is that big manufacturing-looking building that's at the corner of 595 and 95. And they burn trash, is what they do. But it's difficult to understand how that facility burns metals, burns concrete. I mean, that facility is not made for that kind of disposal services. But yet the contract says you have to bring it there, and if you check off the box, and we checked off the box, and you know, had I seen the executed version, I would have probably been a little bit more alerted to that, and I would have probably had this conversation then. So that's the First Amendment to the interlocal agreement, and this First Amendment expires in 2023. There is now a Second Amendment that's being presented to the city, and that Second Amendment is supposed to take us from 23 to 28, from 2023 to 2028. However, the county who owns the rights to that contract is asking for all municipalities who want to participate to make that decision before January 2022. That means that we are going to see potentially, and I'll leave that to the city manager, but I suspect that we're going to see a Second Amendment come before us before January, before the end of this year. And it's going to be a little bit different in that there are going to be some cost increases that are a little bit hidden. What currently is a no-cost issue to the agreement today is going to be a cost issue in the Second Amendment. And then, of course, when we enter the Second Amendment, we will again have that opportunity to check off on these optional services. Now, the reason why I share this with you is because you all know that I sit on the solid waste group for Broward County. And we are very fortunate to have our attorney firm provide support to that group. So they also know a lot of what is happening to the dynamics of Broward County solid waste. So that working group is really kind of focused on putting together a independent authority. So it would not be a Broward County type of contract arrangement that we would enter into. It would be a independent authority where all the members of that independent authority would be a participant of any future disposal arrangements. In the interim for that, the Second Amendment is going to be effective. And what's happening is a lot of the members or a lot of people that are participating in this contract with Broward County for disposal services are becoming highly concerned about the Second Amendment because it is taking these optional items to a cost level that is beyond, way beyond expectations. All the experts, you know, the city staffs and all these cities are having some major concerns about these optional services being provided in the Second Amendment. And so, being aware of that, I'm sharing that with my colleagues as well as, you know, with staff, that as we go forward with this Second Amendment, that we give consideration to maybe modifying language in the Second Amendment that makes these optional services not mandatory. In other words, we use it when we need it. We don't have to use it all the time. So why am I saying that? I think that there's an ability in this contract to allow the city, well, it's clear, the city can make a determination in this contract what is the designated disposal facility. So because we entered the First Amendment, we basically designated Wheelabrator for the bulk yard waste and C&D. I think that we should not be doing that for the Second Amendment. I think we should be looking for other options that are a little bit more cost-effective and operationally effective, because what's happening now that everything is going to the Wheelabrator, it's taking vehicles anywhere from 1 to 3 hours to get through that facility. And we're providing service, and we have issues about being late and on time. You know, it's been one of the biggest issues for me in my district is the lateness. And that may be a situation that may be out of the control of the vendor. So the concern is that we should be able to either identify our own disposal opportunity, and I don't know what that may be. I just say it and share it and just ask that we, you know, do our fiduciary responsibility to see if we can find something that's a little bit better for us than just checking off a box and joining an agreement and letting it, you know, again, reach high levels, high cost, and poor service capabilities. So the other component to that would be in the contract that we're looking at today to approve, is that there's no language in here that basically gives the contractor the opportunity to themselves find a disposal location that's beneficial to the city. So I guess I had conversation with our attorney today, and I asked them to kind of help me out a little bit here in regards to the language that's in the contract as it exists. Does the language allow the opportunity for, I believe it allows the opportunity for the city to choose, you know, our own disposal location and redirect the contractor to a new designated facility. I just don't know, though, if it also includes the fact that if we allow the contractor to find a disposal location that's beneficial to the city, that we then direct them to what they're able to contract or negotiate for a disposal location. And if we do have them do that, then of course there would be constraints that we would not allow them to do it unless it was more beneficial than what we currently have ourselves. Whether we go to the Wheelabrator under their circumstances, or whether we develop our own contract with another disposal location that serves both our cost and our service needs, or if we allow our contractor to find another option. So if I can ask the city attorney if he's been able to contemplate that a little bit today and provide me some guidance.
City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the Vice Mayor. The Vice Mayor and I did speak this afternoon regarding the contract that's in the backup under item 14. A couple of observations, and the Vice Mayor is accurate. I consulted with our law partner, Michael Cirillo, who has been sitting with the committee since its beginning, actually, including yourself, Mr. Vice Mayor. He sent me a text today just to read into the record quickly, which is consistent with your thought processes about the Second Amendment to the ILA. His note to me, which he suggested would be helpful to put on the record, said that on October the 5th, the County Senate revised Second Amendment to the interlocal agreement, which changed the requirement for the delivery of bulk vegetative, and recyclable waste from a commitment today to just an intent to commit today. The city will have until May 2022, which is the date you would refer to back to the January decision-making, to change that intent to an actual commitment. Therefore, the city will be able to decide prior to May 2022 to take its non-traditional waste to sites other than the county's location. So there will be an opening for that option at some point, but the city will have to exercise that option. There are two observations. The contract currently provides at section 2.1.24 a defined term known as designated facility, which states that the designated facility shall mean the disposal and recycling facilities designated by the city for receiving solid waste, yard waste, bulk waste, or recyclable materials under this agreement. So there is provided in the contract today a designation which is specifically a defined term as to designated facility. Later in the contract, however, there's language under what's called Section 3.13.2, referenced as disposal facility, which I think is where the Vice Mayor is focusing most of his attention on this evening. If I can read quickly, Mr. Mayor, all bulk waste / trash and bulk yard waste collected shall be delivered to a permitted solid waste disposal facility operating in compliance with applicable federal, state, and local laws. The city has determined that the Wheelabrator South Broward Inc. South Disposal Waste Energy Facility, located at 4400 South State Road 7, shall be used as the disposal facility for this agreement. Now, the reference in the document basically suggests, and I think the Vice Mayor is open to discussion on the subject, is that that's the current designation. Correct, Mr. Vice Mayor? That's the current designation.
I believe so.
Yes,
City
so
manager can confirm that.
if it be the wish of the Mayor and Commission to revise the proposed or pro forma document to refer to that site under 3.13.2 as the current location, and then leave open the option for the city to make other decisions going forward as to available locations that are both cost efficient and cost effective, generated by the city's decision or recommended by the contractor vendor EWS, which I think opens that door for the vendor to give an equal or optional destination, which again would save cost and expense to the city. That's the paragraph we can rework between now and tomorrow, whatever it takes. But if that be the wish of the commission, I think that's the primary site in the document that would open the door to just not limit, because it is a current situation. The city currently has determined that that's the site, but there may be future sites available to the city through its own discretion, as well as to the vendor who may promote and suggest other venues. And to that extent, the parties could agree as to that decision in the future, which would be consistent with and compatible with the proposed Second Amendment yet to be finalized.
And Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, could we make an amendment to that?
Yes, because the pro forma contract is part of the backup. So when, if as and when you approve item number 14, which is of course an ordinance, you would then, as an attachment to the ordinance, authorize the city attorney's office and the manager to revise the language that I just described in 3.13.2 to reflect the option of the city in the future and the option and discretion of the vendor to provide alternate sites, which would give the city the future option consistent with and compatible with the yet to be finalized Second Amendment, which we're beholden to, so we don't check the wrong box.
Vice Mayor, if you're agreeable, do you want to make an amendment?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it as eloquently as our attorney has done that.
Just
so
say I do.
I would like to say, so moved.
All right, is there a second to the amendment? Second. Second by Commissioner Schwartz. Discussion on the amendment. Hearing none. City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Seifel,
Yes.
Mayor Ordus,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more item.
Go ahead.
please. And the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because,
All right.
like I say, this contract is for a period of time that's going to go between other kind of contracts that are going to impact us. So there is one language change I would like to ask on 3.13, and it makes reference to the city's interlocal agreement with Broward County. And I would like to just change that language with the city's interlocal agreement, or any of the city's interlocal agreement for the delivery of waste, because we may not be in an agreement with Broward County between now and the end of this contract.
Any objection? None. Hearing none, City Attorney,
And that, the subset issue that the Vice Mayor speaks to would be incorporated within any revisions we would make to Section 3.13.2.
Correct.
To reflect that future. It may not be an ILA. It could be some other relationship elsewhere.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
So I made the amendment?
No, we're all done with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we're just incorporating that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I'm finished, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Schwartz.
I think the city staff has done a tremendous
Thank you.
job, so thank you.
Commissioner Seifel raised a question of public education, what can be and shouldn't be put out. Under 1.3.1.6 in the RFP, bulk waste trash shall mean large discarded items, including but not limited to discarded white goods, which is your like refrigerators and washers, toilets, pool heaters, sheet metal, bedding, furniture, yard waste, and other similar items. Bulk generated by a contractor remodeling, repairing, or installing equipment at residential homes should be disposed of by the contractor performing the work. In the event that this type of item is out on the curb, the city is not required to remove it. So if they're putting out sheetrock and all kinds of tile and things like that, it's a no-go. So this is where the education piece comes in play, and I was hoping to see some type of movement on that, Mr. Dodge. We are getting to the point where January 2nd is upon us already, and I'm seeing things in the last month that haven't changed, and there hasn't been the education piece that I feel is getting to the level of need.
Mr. Dodge?
If we are actually working on the education pieces, and some of it has been produced, but we are earmarking, I believe, the first week of November to start this process through December, and it will continue. We felt it was a little early right now to do so because people sometimes don't have a memory. So we're hitting on it on all of our platforms and all means that we have available to us for the education piece.
On this item, the Vice Mayor brought up a point that I still feel strongly about. There's a potential of getting a logjam at the final destination. And certainly when we have storms, we have places that we can take yard waste, and that yard waste either gets transferred somewhere else or burned or composted. When it's commingled, you can't really do that. And I'm still advocating for at least an education piece, maybe at this point, since I don't see a desire to undo all that, but to encourage people not to commingle versus requiring, because at this point we're certainly going to have delays. During first reading, we had the representative from EWS, Damon, up at the podium, who was supposed to get with Mr. Dodge on whether or not what the size of this thing was going to be. We haven't seen that. We haven't heard anything. Manager just said, well, it's everything that we agreed to, I guess, 10 cubic yards. There was supposed to have been a discussion of what is 6 or 8 or 5 or whatever else was supposed to come back before this was coming to us. That's how I recall that.
Mr. Manager? No, according to the agreement, it was always 10 yards. Yeah. And the education pieces right now, especially with Waste Pro, we're working on those together. We're going to be doing the same thing with EWS. I mean, you're just approving the final contract this evening. When you talk about during a storm, that's a different method totally. There are other locations for collection of agricultural debris, trees and everything, that the city has identified a couple of sites. So that will not get bogged down at the ultimate site where we are going to end up bringing bulk, whether it be Wheelabrator or a different location. So we can't really mix those two. I never recall that once we finish this award with EWS that we're going to go back and negotiate a smaller quantity that a resident could put out. It was my understanding it was 10 yards. I believe that's what's in our agreement.
Mr. Dodge, with all due respect, this commission gave you direction to bring it back. Damon was standing right here to negotiate that. Now, somebody weigh in if that didn't actually occur.
May I have Mr. Gomes come up, please, because he was working on these agreements with me.
Specifically-
I do not recall that, Commissioner.
Mr. Gomes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, there was a discussion, Mr. Gomes, about the size of the bulk. Right now, we currently have an unlimited amount. Then 10 yards is in the agreement. And we believe some of us asked, well, what's 10 yards? And it was a 4 by 8 by 10, I think, or 12. 10. I mean, I can recall that. And I can also recall asking the vendor to get with the city manager to look at other cities and find out where we're at on the spectrum of things. Now, with all due respect, I think I need the
Well,
answer from
let's let him
Damon,
answer it.
because
Mr. Gomes, you wanna answer that?
the exchange that we had.
Yeah, just from my recollection, I remember the city commission talking about the size of bulk waste, but I don't believe there was any direction for us to go back and bring that information. I did, however, look at some cities that I could try and pull up really quick.
Why would it be necessary to go back and look at other cities if direction wasn't given to do that?
So Commissioner Castillo actually asked a different question, and I worked on that answer, and I provided that to the city manager, so it wasn't related to that conversation at the city commission. However, Plantation and Davie, they have one pickup per month, and that's a 15 cubic yard limit, while Fort Lauderdale has a 10 cubic yard limit, one per month. And Cooper City, Dania Beach, and Hollowdale have a 6 cubic yard limit and one per month. So in a month, we have 20 cubic yards. So in those scenarios, we have larger cubic yards that we pick up for both.
All right, I see Damon here. I want to move on to another question, if I could. There's a question about the level of service. The residents are currently they're looking forward to this new contract. Is there going to be new equipment? Is there going to be a change in the amount of equipment? Is there going to be, tell me how exactly logistically this thing is going to get better than what it currently is?
Damien?
Good evening, Damon Stinson, Eastern Waste Systems. Yes, sir, Mr. Commissioner, we will be adding new equipment. We will be providing more equipment. But what we really feel our contract is going to perform or outperform what we're doing currently is enforcement and placing the limit on the amount of waste that can be put out per pickup.
Okay. With respect to the, currently we have new code officers coming on board to assist in this. Who's the contract manager from the city overseeing this contract? Like, who are you going to be speaking to on a daily basis to make those calls so that we can send out and do an education piece for that pile so that we're not jamming up an entire block when someone wants to go ahead and cut down, Sherwood Forest in front of their house?
Sure. So on our end, we'll have a field supervisor. His name's Mark Delory. He currently works in the city already. And then from the contract administration element, I will be the point of contact. We will certainly work with whoever is appointed by the city to manage this contract, as well as anybody who administers the contract, to ensure that, obviously we have skin in the game too, as was mentioned previously, with some of the things that were included in the contract to make sure that there are no service failures. So to answer your question, it will be myself and the field supervisor working in tandem with the inspector that has been mentioned in the contract, as well as the contract administrator.
Is there, will there be, I'm not advocating for or against, I mean, you're the expert, the call that's coming in, is it still going to be one man op, one truck, and then work a street, or is there, whether they're picking up 10 cubic yards or one palm frond, it's the same amount of time it takes to set everything up, put the gear down, and all that sort of thing. So is there, have you given any thought to how we can get this thing more expeditiously or more efficiently handled.
I understand. So, the ability for us to have a full-time supervisor that would be in charge of that, I mean, part of that responsibility would be to go out and scout the routes ahead of time so that we do know if there's a small pile or a big pile. Obviously, there's tagging that we would have to do as well. Our intention is to use the claw trucks. If we come up on a small pile, we do instruct our employees how to safely handle that pile. Not always is it required that the outriggers and everything would go down to pick up a very small pile. We certainly have brooms and shovels and the things that are required to clean up as well. But we wouldn't run especially smaller pieces of equipment. We really haven't run into a situation where it would even be necessitated with the volumes that we're currently facing.
Is there anything more that the city can do to help support your efforts? I know there's a contract, right? But it's a two-way street, not a one-way. Here's your opportunity to ask, what else do you need from us before we say yes?
Sure. So we've certainly had many rounds of negotiations with Mr. City Manager, and I think those have been productive. We have been working with the city on the education piece. We've come up with some nice visuals as well as just the rules as stated. I think is going to provide a lot of help. But we really feel like the enforcement angle is going to be the driving factor in how we get our hands around making sure that the quantities are within the confines of the contract, and that will improve our service as a result.
Okay, so I'm going to now shift to the city attorney. The city attorney enforcement is something that we like to do through education. And a resident who may may have things put out on the lawn that are maybe 4 or 5 times the amount allowed, they will be given an opportunity to cure. But it doesn't change the look and feel of the neighborhood if it takes 2-3 weeks. So what does the city have in its toolbox that could get a resident to come into compliance in a much more faster way?
City Attorney?
Well, if I may respond, Mr. Mayor, a couple of options. Obviously, code enforcement has a large hand to play in those who have been educated and fail to comply. There's a difference between education and misunderstanding in the early stages of the process, or even during the process where you might not know because you weren't fully aware. But there's a difference between knowing what the answer is and violating the law, which would then call code into play. Code enforcement obviously can cite for the violations to the extent that they can provide for hearings before the special magistrate we have in the city. There are also direct citations that can go to county court, and there's also actions that can be taken where the city could, in fact, provide for a removal and a cost and expense to be imposed on the property owner and a fine. So part of that's so collaborative with the hauler, and I think that Damon will speak to that issue because he needs to, because this contract requires collaboration with the city. They can't just simply assess the violation and walk away from it. There's a collaborative effort that requires further education and enforcement on a simultaneous basis. And maybe you want to address that issue because it's a legal and an operational affair.
Okay. All right.
So I guess what I'm saying is that if there's if there is an unacceptable
situation,
product or size, photos will be documented as a part of the education piece. I would imagine, City Manager, that we would have a scout team going out in that zone the night before, the morning of, to go ahead and tag those piles so that the vendor isn't hampered to have to do all of that work. If we're asking the vendor to go house by house and then stop and take a picture and call their supervisor, that's not going to work. We have to do our part to be ahead of the truck so that we can go ahead and make sure that the entire community benefits from the great service that they're going to provide. I don't want to see a situation where the vendor is doing our job. So if there's a need to add additional personnel, my phone is always available, and you let me know if that is a need, and I will certainly bring this to the dais so we can act accordingly.
All right.
But what's been happening for the last
We got it. Very good discussion on this.
It's over with, so I'm happy to support the contract, and I wish all you guys well. Thank you so much.
Very good discussion on this. Let me say, hold on, I haven't spoken yet. Mr. Damian, as you heard the Vice Mayor eloquently point out, this is a huge project, huge, but it's just not picking up and disposing it. Our obligation is not to you, with all due respect. Our obligation is to our residents. And I get emails every day, calls every day. My bulk wasn't picked up. And I understand the consequences of what we're going through now with COVID. Lack of drivers, people renovating their homes for their offices, putting out huge amounts. So it's a two-party system. But tonight, we're getting some great discussion. But I'm glad we separated this. I'm glad it's going the way it's going. And I want people, when you ask them, don't put it together, they put it together. You know, so we've got a lot of educational pieces to work out. But I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad it's separated. It helps us in our storm preparation, more trucks, more everything. So I want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo, then we're going to move on.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes, sir.
do you guys offer like special pickups, that the resident can pay for separate and apart from the bulk service? So if they call you up and they say, look, I have 20 cubic yards of waste. I did some extensive landscaping at my house. Can you stop by and pick it up?
Yeah, so, and I'm sure city staff can clarify, but I believe there are mechanisms in the contract that do address that, as well as, there's two free pickups, I guess, two pickups per year per address, that are allowable to go over the 10 yards.
Okay.
That's something that we will manage. Obviously, I will have all the correspondence, and then if you go above that for a third time, or you do have a pickup, that would require, services that are over the 20 yards a month, we would address it at that point, and yes, we do provide that.
And you charge them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so part of the education, if you could, is to explain that to the resident. Because I don't know what the fees are, I don't know what the arrangement is, I don't know what the phone number is, but you can say, look, I mean, these are the rules, but if you encounter a situation and you need our help, here's where you call, here's what you can expect, a special pickup is this much, or whatever your fee schedule is, just tell them up front. And that's important information for us to know. Because every once in a while, we're gonna get a phone call, hey, bulk didn't pick up my stuff. Well, that's because you have 25 cubic yards of stuff in front of your house. And this is the fourth time that they've seen that. So you need to call them and make this arrangement. So that's part of what the education has to include. All right?
Yes, sir. So we will have an online mechanism to be able to do that. We'll use our own website as well to provide education, and then we'll obviously have our customer service staff fully trained so that if any resident calls for any question at all, we'll be able to handle that and address their needs as on a individual basis.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a point of clarification, a quick,
Go ahead.
quick question.
Quickly, point of clarification.
Yes, Mayor, I just want to make sure, Mr. Sensen, because you've said it a couple times since you were there, that, residents are entitled to 20 yards a month. I want to make it very clear that are you saying they can do it as a one pickup at 20 yards? Or are you still saying whether they have one or two, it's the maximum for each one is 10? So, because you said it differently, and I just want to make sure that we don't get asked that question.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize if I wasn't clear on that. So it is a maximum of 10 cubic yards per pickup. I believe someone else had mentioned it too. It does add up to 20 yards a month, but it will, the restriction is 10 cubic yards per pickup.
Not combined into one pickup. Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Clear enough.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right. City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Castillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Seipel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And for the record, Mayor and
Congratulations, let's work
Commissioner-
together, let's make it get done.
Thank you, Mayor. The permanent number for the record is on, number 14 is 1975.
Thank you, sir. Item 15, sir.
That's the year I became an attorney, but thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. Item 15, if I may read, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Thank you. This is the motion to adopt the proposed ordinance number 2021-20 on second and final reading. It is an ordinance of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, establishing the Merrick Square, that's M-E-R-R-I-C-K Square Community Development District, making certain findings regarding the district, describing the external boundaries of the district, naming 5 persons designated to be the final initial members of the Board of Supervisors, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and finally providing for an effective date. Item number 15 on the floor. Thank you. 15.
Need a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Castillo, is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor, discussion.
Mayor?
Quickly, go ahead,
Yes.
Commissioner Cyple.
Yes, in some of my, research and asking some questions about this, by creating this Merrick Square Community Development District, it does have some effect on future buyers. And so I would like if our city attorney would be able to explain, what does that mean going forward to buyers that would be coming into that,
City attorney?
community?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. The statute that provides for CDDs is fairly clear, and it was amended, as you know, several years ago, so that when, as, and if properties are sold by the developer in this particular location on first-time buyers, there is complete and full disclosure regarding the fact that when a buyer buys within a CDD, that they're also buying into the commitment and obligation provided for by the CDD, which, although established by the City Commission under state statute, is a separate and distinct legal body under state statute under Chapter 190, and for that purpose essentially provides the buyer with a full and complete disclosure. The size of the disclosure is fairly large. I forget what the PICA is, but it's a larger-than-life disclosure. And future sales also would then provide for on-the-record certification that, in fact, the CDD has imposed its own special assessment obligations, which are then known to the buyer on the second or third transaction going forward. So there is an obligation that a full and complete disclosure to the buyer there within a CDD.
So the developer then is required to provide notice to the purchasers of this future assessment. Didn't we have we've had something similar to that in the city before, correct?
We have several in the city, actually. Walnut Creek is one, and there's several others, but ultimately, I think there are 3 in the city. But the laws have changed over the past couple of years, and the disclosure that was may not have been mandatory back in the day, and I'm not a specialist in CDDs, but I can tell you that the law now is very clear about the fact that if you're buying a home or some type of residential dwelling within a CDD, the disclosure is larger than life and disclosed to you as a buyer, and clearly indicates that the assessment is not a city assessment, it's assessment by the district and not by the city.
And that is paid through their tax bill?
It is a non-ad valorem assessment on their ad valorem tax bill, so that, for example, if the original owner sells down the road, any reasonably mediocre buyer's legal counsel who is buying the property or a title company will find clearly of record what the assessments are, including the taxes and assessments, which, by the way, are not payable to the city, but payable to the CDD. So
CDD, correct.
and it's a matter of public record,
Correct.
That's correct.
And those assessment values are set by who?
The assessments are basically that they're either, I'm not sure anybody was here tonight for Merrick Square, they can explain. I know that my colleague, Ms. Wall, can explain, but there's clear disclosure, and the assessments are set over a period of time. And if you wouldn't mind allowing Ginger to give a brief explanation for the Mayor and Commission, might be very useful.
Please push the button so you can speak.
How did I do, Ginger?
Button right there in the bottom. There you go.
There you
We need your name and address for the record, please.
We'll do that. Ginger Wall, Billing Cochran, 515 East Las Olas Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Thank you. You heard the question?
Yes, I did. The
Can you
assessments,
take that down, please?
yes, I can.
Thank you.
The assessments are actually set by the Board of Supervisors of the Community Development District. So after the Community Development District is formed, and actually in your ordinance, you have
That's
the
the
first
5 members.
Yes, it's
Okay.
5 board members. They're the ones that are going to set it. How they set it is through the public hearing system, just like you do here as the board when you're sitting to go ahead and imposing special assessments for certain projects. And so it's the exact same process that is utilized by a community development district that you utilize. A report is done, a special assessment methodology as to the benefit that's being provided and the cost associated therewith to each one of the units. And what we're talking about here are townhomes. And then when that is completed, of course, we'll have a hearing. Anyone can appear at the hearing and, of course, provide public input there too. The costs are determined by a district engineer. There's actually an engineer that is retained by the Community Development District itself. The district engineer makes the determination of the cost. What you see in your petition is that rough estimate of those costs. So that's what it would be based upon.
And so that cost, once it's assessed, there are several different ways in which the purchaser can pay that off, if you will.
Correct. Number one, which is what most people have, it's a yearly cost. So you'll see it, like you said, and was stated by also your city attorney, more likely than not, it's going to be on the tax bill. It'll be a special assessment item. The other thing that can happen is at any time, or at the time that they purchase, that home buyer can pay that off all up front. It's going to be less, obviously, because it'll be a lesser amount than the full amount if it was over that 30-year period of time. So that is correct. And if they want to pay it 5 years down the road, or if that purchaser or if that original homeowner then sells it, then that person can pay it off.
And the choice to make those arrangements is made by the purchaser and who?
Totally by the purchaser, if they choose to do so.
Okay,
It's
all right.
their choice and their choice only.
Okay.
Just as if you pay your mortgage early.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
You're welcome.
thank you.
Yeah.
Mr.
All right.
Mayor, if I may just quickly,
Go ahead.
just to clarify for Commissioner Seipel's reference, Ginger, the size of the pike of the type for disclosure for the buyers, how big?
Yes, it's a larger font. It has to be twice the amount, and it's right above the signature page.
Good.
Yeah.
So you can't miss it. It's in bold, and it's above the signature page, and it specifically explains to that buyer from the developer to that first-time home buyer that you are buying in a community development district and that special assessments may be imposed, and explains that out.
And that's, the developer would use this method because then that enables them to have a purchase price perhaps a little lower than would normally be, because these things you're still paying it. The purchaser's still paying, you're just paying it in a different way.
That is correct. You're paying in a different way. And for instance, if the infrastructure was already there and was already provided, then the developer would then charge whatever they could for that price point for that home. Since the infrastructure is not there, normally what they'll do by forming that community development district as to that public financing is you're able to get those tax-exempt bonds. And therefore, you can utilize that money, spread it across each one of those units over that 30-year period of time. So that can bring down that price point of that townhome in this instance.
Good. Thank you.
If I could, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, quickly, you want to?
I yield.
Sorry?
You want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Quickly, okay, we got a long agenda.
Sure. Just for the benefit of this discussion, Walnut Creek, they have a CDD. The homes were, they're coming up on they're coming up at the end of their bond. And there's discussions about them actually getting rid of the board or to renew. The majority, they run typically in November. What I've seen over the years is a lot of them are actually members of the HOA.
You got a question, Commissioner?
It's more of a clarification, Mayor, but thank you for asking. They typically are part of the HOA. So in the case of Walnut Creek, initially, it was lake beds and security and landscaping. Now the HOA is working with the CDD in order to get rid of the CDD, and the HOA is taking on more responsibility because there's less debt.
Okay, what's your point of clarification?
It's not a point of clarification. It's just that I'm providing a little bit of information.
All right.
And then finally, Commissioner Seipel, in some cases, the CDD cost is actually more than what the city taxes are.
Right.
In some cases. So Montero and Cooper City, they got absolutely hammered with that situation, but I don't anticipate
It's up to the homeowner.
this project, given the size and scope of it, is not going to be anywhere close to what happened in Cooper City. So certainly the CDD, on the last note, there was the discussion when the project at Pasadena and University was approved, that the developer was gonna retain some rights to a clubhouse so that they can always get revenue. All right, so, you can also think about condos who have rec leases to pay off their clubhouses. This is no different, except they're actually elected members versus the HOA, so, thanks.
Vice Mayor, question, then we're gonna go.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor. In favor of time, I'll just defer my question later to the
All right.
attorney. Thank you.
All right, on the motion, call a roll, please, City Clerk.
Commissioner Castillo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Commissioner Seipel?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
And the number for the record is 1976.
Thank you, sir. Item 16, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Commission number 16 is a motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2021-23 on first reading. It's an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, amending ordinance number 1948, providing for an amended budget for fiscal year 2020-21 for the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, providing for conflicts of severability, and providing for an effective date. Number 16 on the floor. Thank you, Mayor.
Need a motion?
You do.
Need a motion on the amended budget?
So moved, Mayor.
Moved by Commissioner, Commissioner Seipel. Is there a second? Is there a second on the amended budget? If we don't get a second, City Attorney, what happens?
I'll second it, Mayor.
Okay, good. I'm glad somebody did. Commissioner Schwartz seconds the motion. Discussion.
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead, quickly.
Yes, well, quickly as he can answer.
Okay.
City,
There must be a rush to now.
No, it's not a
City
rush.
ma-
We've got people in the audience waiting for
City
the items to come
manager.
up. And I, as a, Commissioner Schwartz, with all due respect, I have to, as the rudder of this, have them in mind as well, just so you know that.
Thank you,
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Commissioner Seipel.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, this is an amended, budget that you're asking us for. Can you briefly tell us what, the change is?
Well, it's not a brief answer. Lisa, could you please come up and just give the summary of the areas and the purpose for this? This is something we have to do at the end of a fiscal year to adjust any new revenues that we received in that prior year or expenditure changes, so it's reflected. This is a state law, it's required. Lisa?
Sean, good evening.
Good evening, Lisa Chung, Finance Director. Yes, thank you, Mr. Dodge. These are really just changes that have been made since the budget was adopted last year. And we have to, within 60 days, have a final amended budget. So this includes changes that would have been made, carryovers that were done, as well as any changes during the year that would have been approved maybe through an agenda item. But this is now all encompassed in one ordinance.
And Ms. Chong, this is not unlike anything that we do every year. I mean, we have an amended budget every year because of what you said, some rollovers, some things that were budgeted that the project didn't cost as much, and so there's money to roll over, or it cost a little bit more, and you had to move it somewhere. So you're making all those explanations as to what got changed in the budget, and it's not unlike what we've done every year.
That's correct.
Nothing in here, as I'm looking through it, there's nothing in here that you think, in your expert opinion, that is unusual or that sends a red flag or anything. This is just, I kind of liken it to almost like housekeeping. We're housekeeping here.
That's a very good analogy, and yes, that's correct. There's nothing that's different. This is what we've done every year.
Good. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, further questions?
Mr. Mayor, did you get a chance to?
City Attorney?
Just to intervene just for a moment. The statute to which Lisa and the city manager referred to is 166.241. It is a state law that governs requirements on local governments to do a true-up within 60 days after the end of the fiscal year. So it is not something which is dreamed up. It's something which is legally required, and to the extent possible is reported to the Department of Revenue.
Appreciate that. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, quick question, because, it's the revenue balances with the expenditures. So we're not dipping into any of our reserves or anything of that nature. Is that correct?
Well, in order to include it as a expense, we call it appropriated fund balance. So it is actually fund balance from the previous year that we carry over into the new year.
Okay, so we have about $56 million of a carryover from the prior year?
Not all of it would be a carryover. Some of it are additional adjustments that were made during the year, but a majority of it is the carryovers, yes.
Okay. So what percentage of the 56 million would you say is carryover versus adjustments?
I'd have to take. So in the case of the general fund, I would think it would be mostly, that's pretty much 100% of the adjustments would have been carryovers.
Okay. I'd say I didn't mean to put you on the spot with the numbers and things like that. I'll just express what my thought process is here.
Okay.
So I understand the carryover and things of that nature. $56 million is a lot of money to be carrying forward from prior year. And it seems like maybe that there would be knowledge that there's going to be monies that are going to be carried over to the next year prior to the closure of the budget cycle or prior to the closure of the budget coming before the commission. So I don't know if there's any reason or if there's a way that these carryovers can just be a part of the regular budget approval process, or at least a majority of it could be. So, we could probably have more conversation with that, but again, like I say, $56 million is a whole lot of money to carry over, meaning you got open POs, or you have other monies that are sitting in accounts that maybe capital projects aren't getting done because, it happens that way. I understand that. But that means, though, by the time you're in your 12th month of the budget, you would know whether or not you're going to spend that money, or you would have a much better understanding of what's the probability of you spending that money. And it probably could be incorporated as a rollover, as a revenue, as an expense, just as you're showing as an amendment, but during the budget cycle, as opposed to this much being, because I really have a hard time just saying $56 million.
We could probably do that.
I'm sorry, if I may, Mayor.
Mr. Manager?
Some of this are, and it's every fund combined. So some of it has to deal with grants, some of it has to deal with SHIP. These are $2 million, $3 million in different funds. And as we know, the bulk of it is in the general fund, which is about, I guess, 11 million.
Right.
But there is a project, for example, as we go into this current year, going into the next current year, we ordered about $1 million something in vehicles that didn't arrive in time. We didn't know that before we adopted the budget on the 20th of September. So they didn't come in before the end of so we have to carry it over. So it's not like we're taking that money out of the budget. It goes into the reserves, but then it's just transferred out again. So it's not like we're eating into them. It's really a bookkeeping measure.
I clearly understand this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that
I think in some instances there may be, if there was a project we budgeted, let's say for a playground, and we didn't get to it, instead of leaving it in there, knowing that if it's not gets done, would carry it in the next year, we could put those funds in next year's budget, which would inflate the budget. So that might be a little difficult to say that now you have to budget more for next year, you have it left over. So then what you do is you take that same amount and say you're gonna balance your budget with reserves. It's really a bookkeeping issue.
It's bookkeeping.
And when we talk about inflating the budget, it's a $420 million, $477 million, $56 million. It's about 10%. So to me, this is a 10% inflation to the budget that we didn't even approve.
Well, you did.
The perception, and I understand I did.
All right.
I'm just saying that if there's a way to bring it before in the budget process, as opposed to having it a standalone looking like this. I mean, I know you might have a couple $1 million that get rolled over because you don't know if it's going to get done, but you got $25 million in the utility fund. I got to believe that you know that you're not going to spend it by the end of that fiscal year, and it should be just shown in the budget process going forward.
Well, those may be purchase orders that were encumbered
Some of
as
it,
well.
yeah, some of it is.
And we didn't
I
pay
got it,
for it.
Yeah.
but we should know that in the budget.
But we wouldn't want to put it in next year's
Yeah.
budget because it wouldn't work from an accounting point of view.
All right, further discussions? All right, let's call the roll, please, City Clerk. Thank you, Ms. Chong.
Thank you.
Commissioner Seifel?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mayor and Commissioner, the second and final hearing, public hearing on the item will be on November the 3rd in these very chambers.
Okay, we're on item 17, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. May read number 17. It's a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2021-R-50, which is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, recognizing and supporting the religious and historical significance of Diwali, the Festival of Lights, which will occur on November 4, 2021, including Diwali's predominant and sobering message of tolerance, compassion, and the embrace of victory of good over evil, which continues to resonate with the American spirit and fabric, which appears as the prominent theme of life for Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, and Buddhists in America and all over the world, providing for conflicts, severability, and providing for an effective date. Number 17 on the floor. Thanks, Mayor and Commissioner.
Moved by Vice Mayor Good. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by
We all second.
Commissioner Seifel. I heard, Vice Mayor, did you want to discuss?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's with great honor that this city has supported this resolution. It certainly goes a little bit beyond a proclamation. It demonstrates the city's commitment as a body to support our Hindu friends. And I just want to make it clear, and I see that we have somebody who's going to speak, but I just want to make it clear. I don't think we said when was Diwali for this year. So Diwali does fall on November 4th, which is Thursday, November 4th of 2021. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to bring this forward and giving the respect
All right.
to our residents. Thank you.
Mr. Tawari, we need your name and your address, please, when you speak. No, gotta hit. The light will come on. There you go.
Namaste. I think by this time you know we Hindus.
But we have to have it again for the record.
Oh, name is Ram Tiwari. I have been living in Pembroke Pines for past 33 years. And I volunteer at the city of Pembroke Pines. And it was interesting to hear about the solid waste because I used to work for solid waste in Broward County. So that's not subject of this talk. I want to thank Vice Mayor Tom Good, who complied to my request, and the entire city commission, including mayor, to have this resolution passed. Hindus, on behalf of all Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, I thank you. Thank you all one more time. And it will be an honor for us that whenever you get a chance, please do visit our temples and become familiar with our culture. And so I'm very happy, and I'm extremely, extremely thankful to the entire city commission. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer. But otherwise, on behalf of the Hindu community, I thank you all.
You always do good. Thank you, sir. All right, no further discussion. Please call the rolls. City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Commissioner Seifel?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Motion passed.
And for the
Thank
record,
you.
Mayor and Commissioner, the permanent number is 3776.
Thank you, City Attorney. Item 18, please.
18 is also a resolution, if you will. It is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2021-R-51, which is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, approving the removal of the Pembroke Road widening project at Southwest 160th Avenue to Southwest 184th Avenue from the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization's MPO Commitment 2045 Metropolitan Transportation Plan, that's the MTP, directing the city clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution to the NPO, authorizing the appropriate city officials to take any and all action necessary to effectuate the intent of the resolution, providing for conflicts, severability, and finally providing for an effective date on the floor. That's the item, Madam Commissioner. Thank
Yep.
you.
Is there a motion?
16.
Motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Cyple. City Engineer Carl Kennedy, you want to come up and explain? Please? Why this took place? There you go.
Good evening.
Take off your mask.
Good evening, Carl Kennedy, City Engineer.
Yeah, why the reason for this item?
A portion of the Pembroke Road widening and extension project from Dykes to 184th was part of the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, and it was funded in the 2025 to 2030 timeframe. And we met with the MPO a while ago and agreed to take this portion of the widening project out of the Metropolitan Transportation Plan if we received funding through the surtax, and we were able to deliver the project sooner. So we did receive funding from the county surtax project, and so we're allowing the MPO to remove it from the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, and then that will free up money for other projects in the MTP.
Questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo?
How much sooner?
Approximately 5 years sooner, because it was in the 2025.
5 years sooner,
Yes.
because the other way was gonna be 10 years, right?
Yeah, well, it was between 2025 and 2030 is when it was going to be funded.
I just don't get it.
But it was for the portion that was, it was the portion that was funded, and that was only the widening from Dykes to 184. The extension from 196 to 27 was in the MTP, but it wasn't in the funded portion of the MTP, so that one wasn't actually funded.
I'm gonna vote for it because it's 5 years less, but I have to tell you that I'm very disappointed in how long it's taking to get traffic relief in this city. We're simply not ascribing the seriousness to this that our residents expect. And when I say we, I don't just include this city, but the county, the MPO, the surtax people, and whoever else. We need traffic relief faster. And the expectation of the residents in Pembroke Pines is that we deliver that, and we're just letting them down. It's too many excuses and not enough, yes, we're gonna get it done. And I'm here to express their disappointment because I hear it every day.
Okay, let me just add that when these projects come about, some of the projects include buying private land that you have to go through a process. It's a lot of a process. We should, all of us, lobby for faster, faster services. Surtax has been passed 3 years ago, so let's lobby the county, who told us that, suggested we do that. All right, further questions?
Yeah, Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
When did the city put this project on the board? I know that, we've had discussions in the past for these road projects. They come to us, they say, well, if you don't say yes, you'll never be on the list. So when was this, when did this commission take that vote?
Mr. Kennedy, you would know.
I'm not exactly sure what the question
It
is.
predates you, being our engineer, I believe, but certainly there was some action at this commission that put this funding in queue, right, Mayor?
Right.
That would have to be, otherwise.
Right.
So, City Attorney, the concept that the county's gonna give us the money and we take this off the board, what guarantees do we have that the county's gonna fulfill its commitment? I'm asking the question.
Well, we hope they're a good elected official. They go by their, their background, and like we do.
No,
They commit, they gotta commit.
No, I understand. I mean, the planning.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, the planning council continues to vote yes, 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 right? And then they want to, raise traffic concerns. That's what they do. So, city attorney, we take this off the board. What guarantees do we have that we are going to be able to deliver this project in the time that the city engineer, and he's only going by what he was being told?
May I respond, Mayor?
Please.
There are three phrases, all of which are founded in the regional plans and the local land use plans of the county and the cities. It's called intergovernmental coordination, intergovernmental cooperation, and the last one is called intergovernmental good faith. And you need to have all three under the terms of the land use plan. The answer is that there are commitments being made which under Chapter 163 could, technically speaking, be enforceable against each other governmental unit for their failure to comply. We don't have a contract. The only contractual relationship we have is in the surtax agreement to fund projects. That's a contract. We understand what breaches of contract allegations are. We've been successful in that regard.
So, City Attorney, this is a condition of the new surtax committee that we take this project off the board?
I think that that's an accurate statement.
It was an agreement by our city engineer who happened to be at the meeting to make this happen for expedition.
No, I understand, but I think the city attorney knows where I'm coming from here. Like, I mean, there's lots of pennies. It's been 3 years, and we're still waiting for those pennies. That's all I'm saying. Look, we have a school bond, and we still don't have the roof fixed.
No, let's not go there now.
Well, I mean, it's still government.
All right, stay on the subject. All right?
If I may ask, I just ask a question to help this out, so maybe. So I do know that I've seen funds committed to this project through the surtax. It already went through the review for approval, is that correct?
Yes, it's in the 5-year plan. It was the first year, and that's also included in the 5-year for funding, you know, the individual portions each year.
Right. So the first year was for design?
Yes.
And was an ILA executed for those design dollars?
Yes. It was just executed last month.
Okay. So the dollars now are directly available for the design.
They are.
The construction was for what years? Was it 2, 3, and 4, or was it?
It's going to take a year and a half to do the design, so it'll be in years 3, 4, and 5.
In year 3, but that's already been approved.
That's in the 5-year plan.
So
yes.
it's a commitment.
Yep.
By them. Okay. So we have an interlocal. So we do have a signed document.
No, that's what I was looking for. It's not in the backup.
Yeah, we have that.
It's not in the backup.
Okay.
That's why I have to ask these questions. So it'd be helpful if it was in the backup.
All right,
So
let's put all
that
the
everybody
information
can
we
read it and see it.
City manager, all the information we can in the documents, in the backups and that. All right? All right, good point, Commissioner Schwartz. All right, on the item. Anything else? City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Seifel,
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Ordus.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, City Engineer.
That number is 3777.
All right, we're on addendum 1, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Addendum number 1 is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2021 R-53, which is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, erecting a statue of Mahatma Gandhi in the William B. Armstrong Dream Park, naming the street entering the William B. Armstrong Dream Park as Peace Way, naming the future building in William B. Armstrong Dream Park after Mahatma Gandhi in accordance with Section 100.02 of the City of Pembroke Pines Code of Ordinances, recognizing his contributions to the City of Pembroke Pines, directing the appropriate city officials to take any and all action necessary to effectuate the intent of the resolution, providing for conflicts, severability, and providing for an effective date.
So moved. There's a motion, is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Seifel.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. Motion would read that, that we would erect a statue of Gandhi in the Dream Park, the William B. Armstrong Dream Park, that we have already named the main entrance into the park Peace Way, and that we take some suggestions perhaps from even our Heritage and Diversity Committee to name the building something that would be more inclusive of all of the diversity of our community, such as, that it could be called the, Dream Park Community Center.
All right, is there a second? Second? Second by Commissioner Schwartz. Discussion.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mayor?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And the reason that I'm bringing this forward is certainly not to in any way take away from the item as it was originally proposed. But hearing what I've been hearing recently in the last few days since the item went sort of public, if you will, was that the diversity in our community is asking for not trying to be negative towards any one part of our community, but to be that truly inclusive and to follow even more so if you're really getting down to it, more so to actually follow perhaps the lifestyle of Gandhi, who was compassionate, who was tolerant, who was inclusive, who was respectful, and certainly was a model for how we should all live our life, and we can never take away from that. However, we have other communities, other ethnicities in our city that also have, I guess, heroes, that's not really the right word, but models of their own communities that want to be heard and want to be part of this inclusiveness of the city of Pembroke Pines. Oh, are you taping everything?
No.
Recording? Oh, I thought you were recording, okay. And I think that, you know, Mayor, even in our old City Hall, we had a sign out front of City Hall that said...
All inclusive.
Huh?
We're all inclusive.
We're an all-inclusive city, and you know, we do sit up here and we do talk about how much and how very proud we are of that inclusiveness of it, and how very diverse we are, and the strength that diversity brings to everything that we do in this city. So this is, you know, this was actually my item from the very beginning, to talk about putting something in the park. And my, you know, my initial discussion was that we would build a building in there that would be a community center that folks could come, you know, and have a small scale wedding out on the lake, have a family gathering, have a birthday, have something in this building that would be there, because we don't have anything like that small scale in the city. If you want something, you've got to go Signature Grand, you've got to do, we don't have a community where HOAs can go and meet, groups can go and have events there. And it just seemed like the perfect location for that to happen. And then it kind of blossomed a little bit to the hockey rinks that were there, that were, when we put them in years ago, it was a very, very popular sport, and they were used continually. Well, the sport died away, and they sat there for a very long time, a waste of beautiful property. So now what we have done is I have brought forward that not only are we looking at, with all of agreement with all of my colleagues, which I'm thankful for, have brought forward that not only are we looking at this building, but we're also looking at taking down those hockey rinks and building a beautiful passive park, a fitness trail passive park that would have areas where folks could go under the lush landscaping that would be there, sit on a bench, meditate, you know, enjoy the outdoors, and just, you know, have a place to go. And I don't want to kind of play it out, but let me tell you something. Listening to news and things that are happening right now, we could sure use a really good place to be able to sit and meditate and kind of get ourselves back together again. But that has always been and I sort of want to take ownership of this because I did bring it forward. It was my original idea, but it has to be done the right way. We have to set that standard that says we are an inclusive city. We're respecting everyone, and that's not saying that we don't build this building and we call it a more inclusive name, but yet throughout the park we have statues, or we have plaques, or we have a beautiful rose garden with a plaque, with a statue in there for any of these other folks that their life has been about peace, tolerance, respect, setting that example. And we're fortunate that we do have a number of them. We just need to hear from all this different ethnicity that we have in the city. When we just went through the census, and looking back at the census numbers that came forward, we have a huge diversity in this city. We are spoken with so many different backgrounds, and this is just the perfect opportunity to be able to honor, respect, and show inclusiveness and diversity in our city. So that's the reason for my motion. And I know that there are folks that have opinions. They've spoken to me, they've called me, they've texted me. And Mayor, I certainly, while I'm hoping that my motion will be the motion that we go forward with, that gets voted on and goes forward with, I do certainly, out of respect for everyone that is here, want to hear what their thoughts are as well, and how they feel about this whole project going forward. And how I know that something was voted on some time ago, but I think it was voted on incorrectly, and I think it was voted on, and we all did vote on it, so I'm right along with that it was incorrectly. But I think now that we've had a chance to really look at it and hear from our communities, we need to honor that, and we need to give them an opportunity to speak, and we need to act upon what their requests are, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. Commissioner Castillo.
Yes, thank you very much. This is awkward.
It was awkward way back when, right?
This is awkward. We unanimously voted to name this the Gandhi Center, and that was because the theme that was presented at that time was to celebrate South Indian history. That was the theme. That's why we called it Peaceway. That's why we've been talking about a Gandhi statue. That's why the suggestion to name it the Gandhi Center was in order.
That's not totally correct.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. You're interrupting.
Commissioner.
I listened very carefully while you spoke. You should listen to what I have to say.
I am listening.
Okay.
I apologize.
Folks, thank you. I accept your apology. The notion that Mahatma Gandhi is not a unifying theme is contrary to world history, and that should be uttered or even thought of here in Pembroke Pines is actually kind of sad. And excuse me, because I usually don't speak this way, but this is a very awkward moment. There are buildings and statues and centers named after Mahatma all over the world. There are hundreds of them. So the notion that somehow in Pembroke Pines this wouldn't be a unifying symbol is simply difficult for me to understand. However, there are luminaries in every race, religion, nationality, background. I'll just name a few. And I feel that they are all unifying figures, and they are not by any means the least of them. Muhammad Ali is a unifying figure. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is a unifying figure among people who practice Islam. Martin Luther King is a unifying figure to African Americans. Mahatma Gandhi is a unifying figure, not just to India, but also to Pakistan and also to the entire world. He's probably considered one of the 10 most revered and venerated people that have ever lived. Is that fair to say? Margaret Sanger, Susan B. Anthony, Gloria Steinem, Sojourner Truth, all luminaries in the field of women's rights and social justice. Jose Marti, the poet laureate of Cuba, celebrated worldwide as a luminary figure. Probably the only Cuban before or after the revolution that unifies all Cubans, because of a Nobel Peace Prize winner like Mahatma Gandhi was, whose constant theme is the respect of people, a unifying figure. Simon Bolivar, whose lifelong ambition was to unify South America. Larry Kramer, Ryan White, Matthew Shepard, luminaries in the LGBTQ community. Roberto Clemente, Eugenia Maria de Hostos, a great educator. All of them luminaries in Puerto Rico. There are so many that we can name. Now, I simply refute the notion that Mahatma Gandhi or any one of these would be anything other than a unifying figure, because they transcend their nationality, they transcend their race, they transcend their religion. It's the luminosity of their soul that brings people together. So that reason is not a reason that I can accept. However, if the notion is to make a park that celebrates everyone's diversity, and what we're going to do is we're going to erect a statue of the Mahatma, and we're also going to have a statue of Martin Luther King, and we're also going to have a statue of Muhammad Ali. I'm not picking, I think that the Diversity and Heritage Board should pick which ones we have. And we're going to have these busts lined up, sort of like a hall of social justice, and that we can expand and use local artists to do that. That's a slightly different theme than what this was originally presented as being. I can buy into that theme. I think that would be a great unifying theme. So if that's what Commissioner Seipel's substitute motion is, with the support of the community, I can buy into that, because I think that even the Mahatma would say that that was a wonderful idea. However, the notion that somehow naming a building after someone as, frankly, as a soul as impressive as that would somehow not be a unifying act, I'm sorry, I reject that. That's sort of devoid of an understanding of what diversity is. And maybe what we should do is we should open this up to the community and let them understand and participate in the discussion. If the discussion was to put this motion aside and give it to the Diversity Board and let them come back to us with some ideas on what to do with this park, I would likewise be for that. I think that that's a good idea. But the notion that naming a street Martin Luther King Boulevard would somehow be not unifying to whites, I reject that. The notion that he belongs to the ages. Mahatma Gandhi belongs to the ages. Muhammad Ali belongs to the ages. These people, because of the life that they live, unify everyone. So that can't be the reason. But if the reason is more based on what I think I heard Commissioner Seipel say, which is, let's open this up to become a celebration of everyone's diversity and have statuary there that celebrates everyone's diversity, I can buy into that. So my question is that the direction, the thrust of the motion?
Mayor, can I clarify?
Commissioner Seipel, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I listened to everything, and I apologize for interrupting you, but you were incorrect on a couple of things. So I want to clarify some of it, and I value your opinion. But as I said, when I brought this initially to build a building there, is I went back and I listened again to all of the videos to make sure what was actually there. And my motions and my discussion and my intent was that, in fact, we would have a community center building built there, but it would also be a way to honor world leaders who had been about peace. It was there, Commissioner. I don't know why you didn't hear it, but it was there. And it has been mine all along. I mentioned,
Please.
I mentioned also Mother Teresa. There are any number that are out there that represent the concept of what it was, which was diversity, inclusiveness, tolerance, and compassion.
Okay.
And there was to be this building, and there was to be then in this park statues, plaques, a variety of different artistic ways to recognize and honor these world leaders who had been about this better example of how we all should lead our life. That was it from the beginning. I don't know how you missed out on that, because I've said that over and over and over again.
City Attorney, excuse me.
So that was
Pardon me, Commissioner Seipel.
Yes.
Commissioner, City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor.
We have a commissioner who keeps interrupting. We've listened to his speech. Commissioner Seipel has the floor. Would you advise the commissioner that we have a person on the floor and we should respect that? Please.
Mayor, for the record, Commissioner Seipel does have the floor under Robert's rules, and the chair, who is the mayor, has the control of the gavel, and to the extent that he can ask his colleagues to refrain and to honor and the privilege of having that a moment to speak, that's, I think, the rules of the road for this particular proceeding.
Thank you, Commissioner Seipel.
Point of order? Point of order?
Point of order?
If those are the rules, I will follow them, but then commissioners should not opine as to what I thought or didn't think.
Okay.
I will opine as to
Point of
what
order
I
is not
thought
well
or
taken.
didn't think.
Commissioner Seipel, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, it is very important to me that you all understand that from the get-go, it was always my intention to have a way, a method through this park that we could honor these world leaders who were all about peace, tolerance, inclusiveness. That's how we actually got down to the part, Commissioner, of naming the street Peace Way and not something else. It was Peace Way because it was to lead into this beautiful peace park that was inclusive of all of these world leaders who lived their life and were the models, the role models, set the examples for inclusiveness, tolerance, respect, and you know, the diversity that we have. And we do have it in our city, in our community. We are very proud of that. We talk about it all the time. This was an outward showing of how we could do that. It included my talks always, my presentations always included statues, plaques, rose gardens, beautiful lush landscaping. I've had how many discussions with Mr. Buckland and with Ms. Sorensen from our parks about how this needs to be very lush and very beautiful, and this new pathway coming through that's going to lead to all of this happening. The beautiful lake, the beautiful building, to be able to have community meetings there. That was the whole purpose of this, and somehow it has gotten turned around that Commissioner Seipel is looking to diss someone, somehow, some way, and that is so far from the truth. That has never been my position.
Point of clarification,
That has never been my position, and my position has always been, and I'm going to say it one more time, has been about how do we take this beautiful piece of property and make it where it is good for all of us, inclusive, tolerant, respectful, and accepting of everyone that's out there. How do we make that happen? That's always been my motion.
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Commissioner Schwartz, you have something to say?
Thank you, Mayor. There is in the backup a file that was created the 29th of April 2019. Mayor Ordus discussion, Mayor Ordus sponsored. Discussion possible action in commemoration of the 150th anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi's birth to authorize erecting a statue in the Dream Park and naming the street in the park Peace Way. And here we are nearly 2.5 years later, arguing over facts. And Commissioner Seipel is 100% correct. When the initial concept, the vision of the Spring Valley Park came forward, there was discussion about a statuary type concept. What wasn't in front of us when action was taken back in April of 2019 and when Commissioner Seipel brought it forward was we didn't have a diversity board that was active. It was not active. So you know what? You know what they did last night? They discussed it. And there was no objections. There's no objections to a more inclusive position. So this commission, through the mayor's leadership, to establish a diversity board back in 2011, January of 2011, and the expansion of that board, giving all of us the opportunity to have up to 5 members, certainly gave this city an opportunity to get feedback, and then COVID just punched us in the mouth, and there's been a challenge after challenge about most boards that aren't quasi-judicial to actually meet. But certainly this item was discussed last night. We have 148 different languages being spoken in the city of Pembroke Pines. We have people from all over the world. It is not my intention to say that one group of people are any more important than another group of people. That's not my intention. Certainly, the majority of our revered world leaders have had a change of view. Perhaps when they were younger and how they acted. Muhammad Ali raised money for our children here in this city. Muhammad Ali, as Cassius Clay, was on the evening news and he was thrown in jail. And there was a Supreme Court case, the United States against. There is something, Alex was just honored by our mayor earlier. There is something to say about history, and the fact is that people can't forget that not everybody got it right the first time. And certainly, when this item was brought forward, sponsored by Commissioner Seipel, to have a more inclusive community in this park, by all means, that's what we wanted to do. And certainly when the mayor brought forward this item 2.5 years ago, again, it was an opportunity for all of us to reflect on the moment. Moments have changed. The United States of America has changed. And Mayor, I am hopeful that we can follow the guidance of our diversity board. The item was raised last night. There were no objections. And hence the reason why I'm seconding the item.
Point of clarification?
Point of clarification, Commissioner Castillo.
Yes, okay. So we've now gathered a lot more information. The original motion that was before us only had one statue in it. but now Commissioner Seipel's, item includes, more statuary. And I'm sensing that everyone agrees that the theme of what statuary other than the Mahatmas, which is, I still think is part of her motion, I think she mentioned that, is to send it back to the diversity board and gather more information about what other statuary plaques, other displays at this park would be included. I can live with that. I don't have a problem with that.
What is your point of clarification?
My question is, and I need this to be clarified, is that basically what this motion, the substitute motion is?
I don't believe so. Commissioner Seipel?
My motion is, I thought I was very clear about it. My motion.
Go ahead.
My motion that I made was that we have this building in Dream Park, we build this building in the Dream Park. We've already passed all that. That we have Peaceway, and that we look at a statue for Gandhi, because I'm taking it off of what your original item was. However,
That's not my item.
However, what I also included when I was talking about it was that we would embrace all, and that it would include diversity. We would make that motion tonight that we are going to go forward with Peaceway, and that we would look at the statutes. But I'm also looking to, because I like your idea, which I had mentioned, and you said it a little bit better, was that while we pass an item tonight, that we're not naming the building Gandhi, we're naming it, which was a suggestion, the Dream Park Community Center.
Love it.
That we do that so that it's more inclusive, but that once that's passed, then we do sort of task our Heritage and Diversity Committee to come forward, have discussions and come forward to us with suggestions on who and how folks should be honored in this park, whether it be through a statue, whether it be through a park, a statue, whether it be through a plaque, whether it be through a rose garden, whether it be through something that brings forward this whole concept of acceptance, of tolerance, of peace, and honors in a very unique Pembroke Pines way these world leaders who have been so strong about what we're talking about, which is peace, respect, tolerance, and most of all, inclusiveness.
I can get behind that.
Okay.
That's my motion,
All right,
is that we
Vice-
pass
But
that.
Mahatma Gandhi is not a
Commissioner Castillo.
is unifying.
Commissioner Castillo.
I did
please.
never said that he's not as unifying, and I take offense when you say that.
Commissioners, I'm running this meeting.
I'm sorry.
Stop interrupting, please. You heard the city attorney. Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reserve any comments until after the public.
Okay. Let me just say that I believe that and I got the letter from the Diversity Board, I believe that they're right. However, we approved the statue of Mahatma Gandhi unanimously. We had a ceremony at the place where we had the Peaceway. We had a beautiful ceremony. That statue is going to be built in the Dream Park because it was, all of us want to do that. The other is what we can amend and do through the Diversity Board. Obviously, that's why we picked them and all of them for their opinions. So I don't want us to get all in this, going crazy. Mahatma Gandhi statue is there. We're going to build it soon, I hope. And then the Diversity Board, I think we're going to hear from them. I think their ask was very good. So that's my opinion. So who from the Diversity Board is here? All right, anybody wants to come up, come up. Just identify yourself, please, and your address. Can you move down, whoever wants to speak? Hold on, who wants it? Did you have a question back there? All right, move down. Move down so I know how many I have. All right, go ahead.
Ram Tiwari, resident of Pembroke Pines for past 33 years. Now I speak on behalf of, as a member of Diversity and Heritage Board, and I'm thankful to Vice Mayor for appointing me. Yesterday, I attended the meeting. Meeting was from 6:30 to 7:30. During that period, it was not discussed.
I'm sorry.
There was,
I didn't-
during that 6:30 to 7:30, this thing which has been discussed was not discussed during that meeting.
Was not.
7:30, because that, there was a proposal that we should extend it for 15 minutes. Then three of the members, they said they cannot. So we had a quorum till 7:30. Thereafter, there was no quorum. So during that 1 hour period, it was not discussed. I was there. So that's one clarification I want to make. Can I speak on the motion? I mean, I do appreciate and I do agree that diversity is very important for every city in USA. I mean, I went to, on October 2nd, I went to town of Davie. They have a Gandhi statue. I think, Mayor, you had one time visited that park where they have a Gandhi statue.
More than once.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying that there are so many roads and so many statues in the United States on Gandhi. And we respect him because he was the person who got us liberated through non-violence. You have a violence, but that was a non-violence. That's why he is held on high esteem. We call him Mahatma, the great soul. And just to clarify that, yes, Mahatma Gandhi, we have the highest respect, and we will be happy that if his statue, as you said, will be put in that park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I clarify one thing?
Go ahead, Commissioner Seifel, quickly.
Thank you. No, I will, very quickly. Mr. Tewari, I know that the meeting was 6:30 to 7:30, and then you didn't have a quorum. It was asked to be extended for 15 minutes, and then that didn't happen. But I don't want anybody to think that there was some action taken by the board or anything because there was no quorum. There was no action taken by the board to come back, by the committee. It was just some discussion of the members that were remaining there, which they're entitled to still have, because the meeting had not been adjourned. It had not been adjourned. It was still an open meeting. And so
Then
there
that
was
will be a
discussion.
workshop.
I'm sorry?
After 7:30, if something was discussed, it was like a workshop, right?
Right.
So workshop and meeting, you have to make a distinction between the two.
Oh, I agree with you. It was not, because there was no quorum. So the attorney said, there's no quorum, you can't take any action, but you can still have discussion. And that's apparently what happened, and that's what's come forward, is the discussion portion of it.
So the clarification is, something is discussed after the quorum was not there, after the record of the meetings were not kept. What?
No, that's not true.
Anyway, so, the workshop, you may discuss so many things. What will be the implication of those discussions?
Well, even if that's,
Hold on, Mr. Torrey, I don't want to correct you, but if the meeting was, the quorum was, three people had to leave, discussion could still be involved in a meeting. Not have to be a workshop unless it was called for. But discussion, even if we didn't have to, we could still discuss. It's not a formal, quorum meeting. So I just want to make sure you understand that.
So in that discussion which happens after, what does it signify?
There was discussion, period.
it was,
That's it.
each member that was still there, as always, is a member, not acting as the board, because there was no official action taken by the board, but each member is entitled to their own opinion
Let's
and
move
their
on.
suggestions, and that's what happened.
Can I ask Mr. Tewari a quick question?
Quickly, then we'll move on to other speakers.
Mr. Tewari, I value your judgment and all of the judgment of everyone here. Do you support the motion, the new motion that's being discussed, where this would be called Dream Park, there would be a statue of Mahatma Gandhi, and that the Peaceway, obviously, I think we already put the sign up for that, and that the Diversity and Heritage Board would now study this officially and come back to us with additional ideas of who else we should celebrate at this particular park. Do you like that idea?
Yeah, I agree that if it is sent back to the Diversity and Heritage Board with this new amendment, and they have an opportunity to discuss in the meeting and come back to the city commission with a recommendation, I do agree.
Okay, good.
I
Next speaker?
I think we're getting somewhere.
Next speaker? Next speaker? You can take off your mask if you don't.
Good evening, Commissioners,
Could you take off your mask?
Mayor. What Mr. Tari said, pardon me?
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. What,
Need a name, Mr. Mayor, please.
So, yeah, name and address,
Thank you, Mayor.
please.
mine is Ord, L-O-D-E, Sicard, S-I-C-A-R-D, 60 Northwest 161st Avenue, Pembroke Pines,
Okay.
33028. I've been there for 27 years. Yes, last night we did have the meeting. This came about because people have questioned the fact that it will be named Mahatma Gandhi, and they have approached me as a board member of the Diversity and Heritage board member. We did send out the letter. We did my fiduciary responsibility sending it to the board, but it came late. They could not discuss it because it was not on the agenda. So at the meeting, when the meeting ended, we voted to extend the meeting for 15 more minutes. We had quorum in the beginning. We did conduct businesses, but as this item came up for discussion, we lost quorum because 3 of our members left. So the discussion was, it happened. I was surprised to see that many people agree with keeping it as a dream park community center. We have people from Africa, myself from Haiti, people from Trinidad, people from the Hispanic community that were still present, and they all agree that it should remain the Dream Park Community Center. But we could not vote on it for lack of
All right, thank you.
lack of quorum.
Next speaker. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice
Can you
Mayor.
speak up a little louder, please?
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk. My name is Annabelle Brewster. My address is 17494 Southwest 12th Street. That's Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33029. I've lived there for some 17 years. I am a member of the Heritage and Diversity Board. However, I'm not here to present a position from the board. I am here as an individual who's just stating her opinion, so to say. So when we discussed, however, this particular matter, after the regular meeting, as 3 people left, we didn't have a quorum, the sentiment was that we really ought to be as inclusive as possible. As a child, I studied Mahatma Gandhi for history lessons, and believe me, it's all over the world. Everybody knows Mahatma Gandhi. I want to say, however, that there are so many people of the same stature as far as peaceful means to accomplish ends, either changes in social justice or economic status and so on and so forth. And so the question in my mind is Gandhi and who else, and who else, and who else? There are so many people that have lived such a life, such a storied life as far as peaceful ends are concerned, that if you ask a certain person from a certain place of the world, they may be wanting Cesar Chavez. Somebody else may be warning. I learned of the Peace Pilgrim, someone who walked like 25,000 miles for peace. Never heard of that before. But in thinking about this, I said, let me check up and see who else could be honored. So when you come in through the Peace Way, you are actually imagining, dreaming about threads of peace. And wouldn't it be nice to just have plaques lining the way with with synopsis of their life along the way?
Okay, are you done, Mike?
Beautiful, yes.
I love it.
Thank you so much.
I
Next
love
speaker.
it.
Mr. Mayor, all protocols observed. I'm Dr. Yinka Teller. I live in at 18493 Northwest 22nd Street, Pembroke Pines, Florida. I've been there for 21 years. Honestly, we applaud the what Mahatma Gandhi represents. So we are not here to oppose Mahatma Gandhi.
Sir, you have to speak into the mic.
We believe in the concept of non-violence, and we know that Mahatma Gandhi was one of those who exemplified that. So we do respect him, and we do respect the Indian community in South Florida. I just want to make that very clear. But when I was coming here, there was a rumor that somebody died, and that person was the Bishop of South Africa, Desmond of Cape Town, actually, Desmond Tutu. Desmond Tutu actually won the Nobel Peace Award in 1984.
Yes, he did.
Nelson Mandela has won the Nobel Peace Award. Dr. Martin Luther King, and so many people who have actually tried to move the needle in the world to make us progress using non-violent means. When we talk about being inclusive, we have to remember that the city of Pembroke Pines right now, 21% of the residents of Pembroke Pines have African heritage. Again, 21% of the residents of Pembroke Pines have African heritage. We have to honor that in whatever we are doing. 1 out of every 5 persons here is African American, whatever you call it. They can trace their roots back to Africa. So it's very important in whatever we are doing that we are being inclusive, that we are celebrating what is positive in every culture, including the fact that we want peace in the world, and some people have actually helped to embrace that truth. Thank you
very much.
Amen.
Next. Who's next? Who's next? Folks, we got a long meeting left.
Good evening. My name is Farida Rajkumar, 1480 Northwest 81st Terrace. I was here a few weeks ago, and we're actually honored to be back in front of you, Mayor Ortiz, and members of the commission. I can only echo the sentiments of Commissioner Angelo Castillo, and of course, Ms. Irish Seipel as well. I just want to say that, you know, we're sitting in a room, and here we are, speaking about a soul, one of the greatest humanitarian souls that's ever lived on the earth, 150 years after, you know, his death, and was named Man of the Millennia. And the folks before me that spoke, and the folks probably who are going to speak to me after, and as you are, astute as you are, if we take a little lesson from history and we go back further than where we are today, because yes, the world has changed, but if we were to take a page out of history, we would see that many of the people that were mentioned tonight were all inspired by the great Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and all of these other great leaders, Muhammad Ali. All of them stand for peace, yes, and tolerance and inclusiveness. And he was the inspiration for that. This man gave his life for peace and for tolerance and for setting the pace for us to stand up for civil rights and civil rights movements all across the earth. So as much as I agree with you, yes, in diversity, and I love the idea of naming this building the Dream Center, and being inclusive and having statues. I do hope that when it goes back to the diversity board, that that's something that they look at completeness, because it seems like we live in a time where, yes, we need to be very PC, and everyone will come to the table and we want to please everybody and we want to correct issues of the past and things that were done in the past that were not correct. But let's do this with looking through lenses of who we're really selecting, Ms. Seipel, when we're putting this garden up and when we're putting these plaques up and these statues up. We're not here representing one person. Mahatma Gandhi isn't a person. He doesn't represent a people like you see us and you think he represents Indian people. He represents a philosophy for the entire world. And all of these great leaders that everyone has stood here and talked about can trace their inspiration back to him. So I would love to see that when the diversity board sits again and they reconvene, that they really look at who they're putting alongside him. I'm now curious. Who are these people that we're talking about that did all these great things for peace, that we're going to put alongside this great human being that set the pace for humanity? So that's something I'd like to come back and see a little bit more. But I really appreciate that you're moving forward, taking it back to the diversity board, naming the building, putting his statue there alongside with other great human beings. And we appreciate your time.
Let me just make one thing clear.
Yes.
When I nominated us to make a statue of Mahatma Gandhi at our dream park, we all developed it. We all wanted it. And we're going to have it.
Great.
Now, the other issues you're talking about are issues that are just coming up. We are going to have a statue. Yeah. We are going to have Peaceway, which we dedicated already. A senator was there. All were there. We had a beautiful ceremony. We're talking about a building now in this next motion that I think is satisfactory to all of us.
Great.
Right.
There's 7,000 of us, as far as Hindu people, where he comes from, that live in the city. You have a great city of 170,000 people, and there's 7,000 of us. But we just want to make it clear that we're not here to have something done for us.
Got it.
It's not about a small group of people. It's not about us wanting to fit in or to prove a point. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
It's all the inclusiveness that we're looking for. Respect and inclusiveness.
Sanjay, are you going to be the last speaker, Senator?
I guess so.
Anybody speak after the Senator?
Vice Mayor Tom Good, Commissioners Schwartz, Seipel, and Castillo. My name is I'm here in 588 Northwest 48th Avenue, Coconut Creek. The intent for Mahatma Gandhi is, we respect that. And I know it's not an easy decision. People before me have spoken enough. And I just wanted to make sure, I want to thank the commission and the mayor for doing whatever it takes. And once again, I want to thank you all. The other thing was about the Mahatma Gandhi thing, where we had proposed it initially, and thank you for doing that for the Peaceway Park also, which we had taken the initiative of coming forward with that. Thank you once again. Have a good night.
Okay. Vice Mayor, a quick follow-up, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you, and there's not a whole lot more for me to add because many things have been shared today, but I do want to say that we have a phone. I do want to make it very clear to you all that this is actually rather exciting to see our diverse community sharing a common passion for inclusivity, acceptance, honoring our ancestors. I mean, it's very, very heartwarming. So sounds like we're all on the same page. Sounds like this is going to go back to the Culture and Diversity Committee. It was discussed. No formal recommendation or report was developed, and so we're certainly looking forward for that to be discussed and presented before this commission at some future time. And all I can say is that this is a great issue for the diverse. This is exactly why we have the Cultural and Diversity Committee, to have these kind of discussions, to bring that information back to this commission so that we can understand better our community, our diverse community, and what it is that they would like to see. So I certainly am in support of this item.
Great.
Mayor, if I may?
Quickly, and then we're going to we've got to take a vote.
I just want to make sure, first off, Mayor, that my motion is clear, and I will restate that in just 1 second and make sure that it's clear. but listening to, the wanting to go back to the Heritage and Diversity Committee, which I think is a fabulous idea, I would also ask perhaps if, Ms. Sorensen could possibly attend maybe their next meeting and show them some of the diagrams of the park, what's sort of been, the conceptual of the building and how the nature path and all of that will play out, because I think that certainly would be helpful to that committee to understand that kind of physical concept of what it is and what could be placed where and where it might, not just the most appropriate, but where it might be the most effective placement of something, statues or plaques or, and I always go back to saying a rose garden in someone's name, and benches and that kind of stuff. I think if that's possible, City Manager, I would ask that be part of something that happens at the next Heritage Committee, that if Ms. Sorensen would be free to do that. I think that would be important and be very helpful.
City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mayor, do you want me to verify, or can she read back the motion, please?
I hope so.
Mayor, if I can just clarify for the record.
Sir?
The resolution before you is not the subject of the motion per se. The motion is Commissioner Seipel's motion, which has specific parts to it, which the clerk will have to put on the record for you to vote on.
Correct.
So you're not voting on the resolution.
Right.
Thank you.
No, we're voting on the motion.
Just to be clear.
Right.
Commissioner Seipel made a substitute motion, seconded by Commissioner Schwartz, to erect a statue of Mahatma Gandhi in the William B. Armstrong Dream Park, naming the main entrance Peace Way, and take suggestions from the Diversity and Heritage Advisory Board to name the building of inclusivity of all communities, perhaps Dream Park Community Center.
Right.
Okay. All right, everybody understand? Call a roll, please.
Yeah.
Commissioner Seipel?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you all for attending. We appreciate it. All right. City Attorney, we are now on item 19.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. Number 19 for the record is discussion and possible action to approve an addendum to the request for qualifications number RFQ PD 21-03 for citywide towing services, the backup of which is in the Green Book and also online. Item number 19. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner.
All right. We have discussion, item 19.
Item 19.
Need a motion?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Item 19, Ron.
Oh.
Discussion of possible
Motion.
action. What is our discussion? Well, let me just start off. I would go with the chief of police, that we have one towing company in the city of Pembroke Pines. I believe he's right. That is my opinion. I've always had that opinion. So that's my discussion on the item. Anybody else would like to discuss the item?
Mayor, did we have a motion and a second on?
Nope, it's discussion.
Oh, discussion?
That's all it says, discussion, possible action.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thought we needed.
Nope. So we're under discussion.
We're under discussion.
Yep, for possible action.
I am-
Anybody want to discuss?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Is the item moved?
This,
No motion.
let me, folks, get a little late. There is no motion.
Okay.
The item, as was read by the attorney, says discussion and possible action to approve an amendment addendum to the request for qualifications, the number for citywide towing service. Everybody understand it? Commissioner Seipel.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And so I would like Mr. Gomes, if I see he's here, to this addendum. It's my understanding from reading through this addendum that the only additional change to this is that we have a maximum of 2 vendors. That's the only language that's being added here, because I thought that we had already approved and required that the item required site visits and photos, and that it was the scoring, the scoring matrix, how those points would be decided specifically on the different classifications, A, B, C, D, of the equipment, along with is it owned, leased, or financed. So, but I thought all of that had been already, we had already voted on that, and that was part of the RFP. The only thing that's being added today is, that the language of maximum of 2 vendors. Is that correct?
No, Mark Gomes, Procurement Director.
Can you take that down?
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry.
It's hard to hear.
Absolutely. Mark Gomes, Procurement Director. That is not absolutely correct. On September 13th, we brought an addendum requested by the City Commission, which addressed several items, including proposed scoring mechanisms that we understood the Commission wanted. At that meeting, the City Commission directed us to change that scoring mechanism. So we went back to the drawing board, I met with the city manager, and that's part of the amendment, the draft that's in front of you. Previous to that, we already did include site visits and photos and things like that.
Okay, so then that's it, I'm sorry, that's the 2 items, is the scoring matrix, the change in the scoring matrix, and a maximum of 2 vendors in this particular?
Yes.
Because everything else we had already worked through.
It was presented to you before, and no changes from the previous addendum.
All right,
were
thank
made.
you.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Commissioner Castillo.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, were you done?
Yes.
Oh. So, you know, I'm not going to belabor this because the mayor and I, based on previous conversations, are in the minority on this issue. I agree with him that we have had a vendor that has done a good job for us. That vendor was recommended for renewal. And in Pembroke Pines, we have succeeded by rewarding those who do a good job for us with renewals. When that stops, our city's reputation as one of the best-run cities in the area, a reputation that has been built year after year after year for a very, very long time, falls into jeopardy. And what I've seen lately is a great deal of engineering on the part of this commission with respect to RFPs, and I feel that that's very dangerous, a very dangerous thing. We have staff for that purpose. We have professional staff, indeed, and they have made a recommendation as to what they think is best. And if they feel that if we felt that the vendor wasn't performing, it might be a different story. However, I haven't heard anyone come forward with any justification along those lines. With respect to, you know, other RFPs, I've seen us not go out to bid with companies that have not performed, and then go out to bid with companies that, or engagements that have performed. There seems to be no particular rhyme or reason, and this also, I have to say this respectfully to my colleagues, is concerning to me. So I think that we're on a difficult path, and I cannot support this. Now, at the end of the day, none of these changes are going to make a difference to the residents, because the price is going to be the same. The price is set by the county. So all of this about how else we're going to, you know, calculate these things based on who owns what, which is, I feel, is just none of our business. You know, all of this is engineering toward no particular benefit for residents. As a matter of fact, you've got vendors out there with multiple city contracts. So, and the assets that they're pledging to us are not exclusively to us. So, the delay that they might experience with their own equipment is no different than the delay that they might experience with someone else's by subcontract. And at the end of the day, we haven't had an issue with delays. So I don't even know what the discussion is about. And while this issue of library of services has come up from time to time, and I think that it has a place in what we're doing, every once in a while you need to have a vendor. Otherwise, you don't have a consistency of service. And in the police department, that's very, very important. They have a tough enough job. I'm not looking to make their logistics more difficult. And they have made the decision that they're asking us to support to renew with the current provider. Based on their experience, I have to support that. It's not a shot at any other provider. If this RFP passes and we get someone new, and I'm going to root for their success in the same way that that I have with every other partner and vendor that we've had. But I just think it's very, very important to stay consistent with the way Pembroke Pines became great, which is we have a certain formula. It works for our city. It has resulted in the city being respected administratively. And when we deviate from that and start engineering it from this dais, to me, that's very dangerous, quite frankly, on a number of levels. So
Mayor,
that's
point
my
of
view on it.
clarification.
Thanks.
Okay, clarification, Commissioner Seipel.
Yeah, the item before us is discussion possible action to approve an addendum to the request for qualifications. It has nothing to do with a vote on moving forward with an RFP or anything else. It's clearly adding this addendum item to the agenda.
Correct. All right, further discussion.
Yes, Mayor. And I'll be.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you. City Manager, I want to be providing you some video of an incident that occurred regarding this type of service that occurred today in the city. This isn't just about the interaction of what happens with our police department. This has to do with the level of service if you call AAA or any other app that gets you service. Quite frankly, I'm hoping that the vendor takes the appropriate action. The video will speak for itself. On this item here, it's, as stated by Commissioner Seipel, it's an RFQ. I would love to know if there's any member of the public who can improve this process. If they want to come forward, it will certainly be helpful. But we need to make sure that it's just not about the price. It's about the performance. It's about the customer service. It's about our commission auditor making sure that things are going right. That's what it's about. There's testing the market. We did that with waste services, and we wound up with the same vendor, and we found out that we could actually improve ourselves by doing so. So, if we're going to have a philosophy, it needs to be consistent across the board. And right now, it's not consistent procurement. It's just not. So, Mayor, if...
Vice Mayor, do you want to say something? Go to the audience.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I do just want to make a response that, I do find value in this commission reviewing the RFPs and providing comment as necessary. Otherwise, these RFPs would not come before us at all. So, this commission does have a duty to review these RFPs and does have a duty to make comment on what we believe is necessary in order to get the service that we need to our residents, to our community. And quite frankly, I find it a check and balance. It's what we do. We look at it, it's a check and balance. So as far as the addendum here, I mean, unless there's additional information provided to me, I'm not opposed to it. I do believe that two-vendor service is something that we honestly, seriously need to take a look at and evaluate that for what value it can bring to this community. And so, Mr. Mayor, I'm good with the addendum at this point, unless there's other information to change my mind.
Well, we need a motion. Oh, sir, you want to speak? Name and address for the record, please. You're right.
My name's Sean Scalzo, 6130 Northwest 91st Avenue in Parkland. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Mr. Dodge, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean Scalzo, president of Ace Spirit Towing for 33 years. I'm the vice president of Guardian Fleet Services, the parent company of Ace Spirit Towing. Guardian Fleet Services is an employee stock option company, so all our employees are 30% owners. It is the largest towing company in the state of Florida, if not North America. We have 350 employees in Florida, 300 trucks in Broward County, and we service most of the cities surrounding your city. I'd first like to talk about the rotation system that you did talk about. It has benefits, and it brings to a city like Pembroke Pines. My competitors and Ace Spirit Towing have been successfully working together on rotations over the last 2 decades. Rotations give you double coverage and continuity in a citywide towing contract. Your city has multiple fire stations for one reason, and that is to be in a state of readiness at all times. With 2 vendors, it creates a bit of competition, and each one wants to do better than the other. It also allows you to reach out to another vendor if there is an issue with service, which we do constantly. One of the great things about the competitors in our market here in Florida is we have great relationships with them. Ace Spirit can handle the great city of Pembroke Pines solely as we do with many other governmental agencies, but we certainly do not object if you wish to do a rotation system. It's nice to see a procurement with tremendous amount of thought and consideration, with many checks and balances, and keep the scope of the contract honest to protect the consumer. I think that's the reason we're really here, right, is to protect the consumer. I do have some concerns, however. I would ask you to consider lessening some of the requirements on that you have, specifically the complexity of compliance. Compliance of the contract seems to be a bit stringent, with providing reports monthly, quarterly, and annually. Data is a great thing. It's what we all kind of run you run your city that way. We run our business with data, but it is expensive to mine and produce. So I would request you to go to a monthly type system. There was some other stuff in there that said that we were to do a quarterly report on properties and quarterly report on equipment. That could be done very easily with inspections instead of reports. The police department would, in most other contracts, usually do the inspections. They inspect the trucks, they inspect the drivers, make sure that everybody's criminal history free, and all that kind of stuff. And I look forward to responding to this procurement, and look forward to serving you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we need a motion either to approve the addendum or deny.
Motion to approve.
All right, is there a second? I'll second the motion. Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just, the last speaker just brought up the attention of the reporting. Why was the reporting added? I mean, it's pretty extensive.
Who are you asking, sir?
Staff, I mean.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Vice Mayor's question.
Yeah, so the question is that the last speaker just spoke in regards to reporting, and when I'm looking at the addendum, it makes it very clear that this is a brand-new add item. I thought maybe that reporting was already a part of the original RFQ, but now it's been pretty expanded. So what was the purpose behind that?
Let's find out. Mr. Gomes.
Yes, during the many discussions that the City Commission had, they talked about making sure that the vendor owns the property. How does the city ensure that they keep the property after the city awards the contract? So we added additional language to say that the vendor must report on a quarterly basis the property owned by the vendor, and if there's any changes to that storage facility and whatnot. Similarly, they would have to report on information such as the vehicles they own, lease, and any changes to that. There's additional reports such as reports on towing and the customers that they service. So in that way, the police department, as contract manager for this, can follow up with those customers and survey them, determine if they provided a good service or not, and we could have more feedback from the customer side, not only the department side. So that was some of the reasons that we added the various information in this addendum.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, because I'm just looking at it, it's really highly extensive, and maybe one or two items spoke to what you just said, but there was a lot more. So is this a form that is being prepared by the city for all this data to be collected, or is this something that the contractor is to provide independent?
So this is actually similar language that we have in other contracts, such as the recently approved waste contract for Waste Pro. It's not currently a certain form that the city has, but it would be something that the contract manager would work with the vendor or vendors to acquire on a regular basis as required in the contract.
And you mentioned quarterly, but this is monthly and quarterly, so why is the frequency as well?
So something in regards to storage facilities, I didn't think we needed to get updates on that monthly. If you think we should, that's great, we can update that. If you think it's too much quarterly and we should get it semi-annually, we can make that change too. That's why it's on for discussion and possible action for the City Commission's direction.
Well, I think that maybe that I'm not going to make that decision. I think it should be between the city and the industry or the vendor that, we do select to make a determination. I mean, because I'm sitting here looking at this going, listen, I run operations and I know doing monthly reports alone is intensive. Quarterly, it's a little less. But so I'd like to probably leave that open for a little bit more discussion. And I can't make that decision right now. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and say strike anything, because I really think the city and the vendor needs to have that conversation. What is really important and what's really the important frequency for that information.
Okay. Any further discussion? City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Seifel?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo?
No.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, thank you. All right, sir, we're on item 20, please.
Mayor, may I take a lead here, with your permission?
A what?
The lead?
A leave?
Oh, no. No,
He wants to read it, man.
no, a lead won't help.
Wait a minute.
I missed it.
I know,
Next time, just raise your hand like you're in school.
apparently. If I may read it, I'll be happy to offer some discussion.
Must be getting late, sorry.
Yes, the item before the commission this evening is discussion and possible action providing direction to the administration regarding the city's redistricting process. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, this is an item Mr. Dodge placed on the agenda for your consideration and for your review. And in the interim, while Mr. Dodge and I were a bit tied up over the past 7+ days in the courthouse, you'll note in the backup there is a letter from the Supervisor of Elections dated the 11th of October, made part of the backup. And just yesterday, the City Attorney's Office, through the auspices of myself and Quentin Morgan, issued to you a memorandum, which we provided to you as of October the 19th. Tonight may not be the night to get into great detail. It was a very detailed, very thoroughly thought through memorandum, which I think is important for you all to understand. What was most important for Jacob and I in the drafting, along with Quentin, was to give the commission some public assurances that the actions taken thus far in engaging FAU to do their districting study, which is continuing. We have a contract with them to proceed, and they're proceeding to the extent legally possible, is that based upon the letter submitted by the Supervisor of Elections and based upon our review of local special acts that apply to Broward County, 75 pardon my language for not finding it, 75-350 and 76-336 were special acts adopted back in the mid-70s. I remember them when they were adopted, and basically the reason was it made municipal elections in Broward County uniform and made March elections uniform. That was changed by state law some years later, where some cities converted by referendum to November elections. This city, among others, did not. The consequence of which is that because of the delay in the COVID environment and the provision of census data, which, as you know, was not provided until somewhat later than expected, the end result is that the supervisor cannot legally and operationally accommodate the city of Pembroke Pines in, even if there were to be changes in redistricting of any sort, he could not accommodate legally and operationally the potential changing of district maps to accommodate the March 2022 election. The consequence of which is, and I'll put it very clearly on the record, that in the event that, based upon our review of the law, of the city charter, as well as the operational and legal impediments that are being discussed by Joe Scott's office and by Joe Scott himself, we believe that the city is in compliance with both state and federal law at the present time, and that the process of redistricting needs to continue under the charter provisions that are underway as we speak, but that it would be legally and operationally impossible for the supervisor to accommodate any change going forward for the March 2022 election. That's the simple answer to the question. We provided a summary at the beginning of the memorandum. We also provided some very thorough analysis about the charter, about federal and state law, about the Constitution, things that do actually, having listened to testimony of the past number of days, actually does matter in the context of the Florida and the state and federal Constitution. The consequence of which further is the fact that at the present time the process needs to continue with the redistricting, but at the present time there cannot be and will not be legally and operationally an ability to change the maps in any way, shape, or form for the March 2022 election, which is forthcoming, the qualifications of which occur in the month of January, and that's at least the bottom line at the moment.
So after all of that, this item is moot.
No. Well, actually, no. You have a legal obligation to continue the redistricting process. That's provided for.
But discussion tonight.
Yes.
Is valid?
There's nothing further I can offer except the memorandum,
Okay,
which indicates the current status of the law and the status of our interrelationship with the supervisor.
We got everything.
Mayor, actually, if I may, in the backup, administration offers the public outreach that we had asked for 2 weeks ago. It's listed. I know you have the book, but administration is looking at community outreach in November and December. Is that correct, City Manager?
City Manager?
Yes, Mr. Stam can address that because we've been in contact with our consultant who would have to actually.
Right. So my motion would be to just to accept the administration's recommendations and.
Said yes or no?
And my motion would be to accept the administration's recommendations and to advise the commission when those meetings are going to be held.
Is there a second?
I don't understand the motion.
Okay, if you look at
Clarify the motion, please.
Yes. How about we turn to the backup, open our books, and look at number 10. And it says administration recommends.
There's no need for nastiness. I'm simply asking for a clarification.
And I think he's trying to tell you. Go ahead, Commissioner Seipel. Commissioner.
On the motion. That's my question.
If we look at the backup of item 10, administration recommends holding a public meeting with a redistricting consultant for public input in the commission, city commission chambers in November or December. Following the public meeting, administration recommends holding a workshop prior to an upcoming commission meeting in early 2022. Then schedule first and second reading of the proposed ordinance for adoption of potential map changes.
Okay.
I can certainly make that the motion if that would make everyone comfortable.
If you'd like to.
Question about the motion.
Hold on a second. There's a motion by Commissioner Schwartz, a second by Commissioner Seipel. On the motion, Commissioner Castillo.
City Attorney.
Yes, sir.
Under that rubric of action, which I have no need to, I have no problem, though frankly, I'm prepared to proceed, but I don't have a problem asking for public input anytime. When would the earliest time be where these maps would be adopted? I guess it would be I guess they wouldn't be. You couldn't put them into place in time for an election until I guess 2024, right?
Can I respond, Mr. Mayor? That's theoretically correct. And I say theoretically because in the event that there is an intervening special election in the city of Pembroke Pines, which there's none contemplated, by the way. Legally, there are none.
So if there was a special election or something like that, let's say in 2022 or after March or in 2023, these maps could be. But then also, separate and apart from elections considerations, at the point that we adopt them, the districts are changed for representational purposes.
They would be.
So, okay.
All right.
If I may, but to enhance the answer, if I may, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, the memorandum which we prepared and the legal and operational memorandum from the supervisor indicate to us that you cannot sit on your hands legally. You're still, and I use the word duty bound. It's referenced in our memorandum. Your duty bound is still redistrict. The problem is you can't implement the districts by ordinance until you are able to.
So under any set of circumstances, the March of 2022 election must proceed with the current districts as they are currently exist now.
The short answer is yes, and you would be in compliance with the charter of the city of Pembroke Pines, given all the facts and circumstances and the law as we read it.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say something. I mean, I'm not opposed
Vice Mayor.
to the item. But I do think that there's a bigger issue that needs to be discussed before we even go any further with this. Because I'm still not, I don't have any confidence, call it that the process that was used even triggers the need for us to even do redistricting. So I'm going to go ahead and just quote a case law called Gaffney versus Cummings. And it speaks to, pursuant to Article 1, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution, as well as Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965, districts must comply as much as practical with one person, one vote. To that end, deviations in excess of 10% are acceptable only on a showing of justification by the state. Deviations less than 10% require no justification and are deemed to be within a valid range. So we certainly are subject to, as the attorney said, state laws and things of that nature. But the operative element here is 10% and how it's defined. Because the way that the 10% was defined was cumulative. And the way that 10% in many other government agencies, even amongst consultants, it's between the two biggest separating districts. So if you have one district has it's the highest number to the lowest number. And if the highest number and the lowest number doesn't exceed 10%, that's it. We didn't trigger a need to even go into this. And if we do this where we're just going to do a change every year, or every what is it, 10 years?
10 years.
I mean, it's like we could take that little pocket that's easy to move from one district to the next district, to the next, back to the other district, back to the district. That's what possibly is going to happen out of all this. And I don't think that we're doing a service to the people that we represent. So I'm not certain that we even trigger a need to even do a redistricting. And I think that discussion has to be had before we go forward. And I think that staff needs to bring that information to us, or even maybe the attorney, maybe looking at some of this case law and find out how the 10% or the deviation was actually defined within the case law.
City Attorney,
Point
I
of
wanna ask you a question.
clarification.
City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
We pay consultants, this case FAU. We do it every 10 years. The idea of the consultant is to try to get equal districts in the city of Pembroke Pines. 4 equal districts. Am I correct?
Generally, that's correct. There are other components, but equal population within a range is a requirement of federal law.
So when it came to
and the Fair District Amendment.
when they came to us this time, it was the same procedure, correct?
Well, I'll defer to Mr. Stam to better answer, but allow me to just to highlight. The Vice Mayor is raising a legitimate legal issue, which he's raised before. The issue was addressed by the consultant who spoke at the last meeting and gave his analysis of that. That's one of a series of answers that have yet to be given. The commission is the ultimate decider of how you implement your districts, but you can't implement districts which are illegal. They have to be consistent with federal and state law and your own charter. So from that perspective, the question that Vice Mayor raises is still in play, because in some instances, there's a 10% spread based upon 2 or 4 districts. One could also argue that it's spread over 4 districts. I mean, the answer is, what's the answer? And the answer is that until you come to the conclusion as to how it should apply in this city, we have to get to that answer.
We've been doing it for 100 years here.
Point of clarification, Mayor?
Hold on 1 second.
Not exactly, but
Every 10 years.
No, it's actually every 4 years, if you will. It became every 10 years, 10 years ago.
All right, so it's 10 years of every 10 years, 4 years before that. So we have been doing it.
Yes, and one more thing, Mayor, and this is an item which did come up during the public hearing, and forgive my belaboring the issue, but
All right.
I used a Latin phrase that lawyers like to use called a tabula rasa. It means a blank tablet. You don't have a blank tablet. You are burdened legally with what you have before you.
Okay.
Your charter and the districts that are established by it are legally in place, and that's what you have to work from. You
Mr.
can't.
Stamp?
Thank you.
Mayor, I had a point of
Well, hold on 1
clarification.
second, maybe Mr. Sam can answer it. Go ahead.
Mike Stam, Planning and Economic Development Director. Mayor, Commission, as the city attorney alluded to, we have utilized FAU to do our redistricting process, 2003, 2007, I think, 2011, and then again 2014. During each of those different processes, and one of the reasons why the commission made the charter amendment proposal was that when you do the districting in between a census, you're often using a population projection, which, again, it's accepted by the commission. They accept the total that they utilize for those items, and then they move forward. What we asked the consultant to do is to look at not only the 2020 census data, but also items that have been approved. And when we mean approved, we mean in for permitting, ready for construction, that will be built within a 2023 timeframe. Because what we did not want to happen, and what we have done historically in the city, is we try to plan as well as we can for redistricting. And what do I mean by that? Had we not looked at the development of City Center during the last redistricting effort, the districts would have been much further out of alignment. So when we take this approach, it's to be pragmatic so that the degree of change over time is very minimal in how districts are drawn. And again, it's an approach that we have taken historically in this city. So when the commission, the recommendation that came during the last redistricting effort, Commissioner Schechter, his district, was put at one of the lowest levels, and again, the commission voted on that, it was one of the options, one of the lowest population totals out of all the groupings, because there were projects that were coming forward, i.e. City Center, which already had approvals in place that they were trying to take into account. So when the presenter brought that information forward, it was a deciding factor. Again, I don't know how it weighed individually on the commissioners at the time, but it was something that was proposed as part of that effort. What the consultant did at our direction this time is we asked them to look at a 2020 planning horizon, which is what the census data revealed, as well as a 2023 planning horizon. The commission is well aware of projects that have been approved in the city, Merrick Square, 16,000, Southport, that have already been approved, permitted going forward. So we asked them to look at the 2023 horizon. There's no dispute as to the direction that Commissioner Good is going in. How you calculate that, again, this consultant, this particular group, this is the way they propose the numbers. They get the numbers even closer with their methodology. I have seen both of the methodologies utilized, a total spread, as was alluded to during the last presentation by the consultant, or the cumulative deviation. Again, the goal is always to get the numbers as close as possible. At the same time, utilizing the criteria that he presented during the last meeting, trying to get the numbers and the districts as compact and clean as possible. So again, as our city attorney alluded to, it's up to the commission to decide which way to go forward. But there is a responsibility of the commission to look at redistricting per the charter as part of this conversation. So when we redid the charter, when the voters voted to change it to every 10 years, the data came this August. We started the process, we gave them direction, and we moved forward. During the last meeting, it was discussed, we know there's other projects coming in. Again, we drew a line in the sand based on the projects that we knew were approved in the permitting process that could be delivered before 2023. We drew the line in the sand. I know that there's going to be projects that come to this commission in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. I do my best to plan for those as we bring these items forward. but those numbers are not nearly as definitive as what we've approved from Merrick Square, 16,000, and Southport. Hence why those things were used and why the consultant in his proposal did a 2023 horizon. So again, the goal of the consultant in his report was to give the commission the best advice possible as it pertains to redistricting. I certainly understand how a commissioner will look at their district. Their district is their district, it's their home, it's where they work with their constituency. It's understandable. But again, this is a process that we have to try to take and we try to plan for as much as possible. We try to give the consultant as much information so that he or she can make the best information moving forward. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I have one other item that I wanted to mention. It's really important.
Sorry.
Sam kind of alluded to it, Mr. City Attorney alluded to it. We are in this process, and there's one little part that's going to happen as part of this process, and I believe it's kind of alluded to in the supervisor's letter. They will have the districts, whatever we do and whenever we do it, while we may not have an election per se, as Commissioner Castillo is referring to, it could impact the voter ID cards and the precincts that a voter may utilize in the upcoming August election and or the upcoming November election. And again, it's kind of alluded to in the supervisor's letter, kind of glossed over, but it is something that was, again, I don't want to say weigh on the commission, but it could be something that could be put in the back of your mind as you're thinking about this process. Last aside, Mayor, the consultant has said that he is available for a November 10th public meeting or a December 8th public meeting. Again, we were trying to keep them on Wednesdays to avoid conflicts with other meetings as much as possible. Leave it open. If we do the 10th, that gives us 20 days to promote the meeting. We've already created a web page for it on the city's homepage. It's alluded to in the ARF, the agenda item. Again, for us, it's important that we let the consultant know when they're working because they have to do it. I asked for 2 dates. Again, we were looking for direction for the process. The commission does not, and again, it was the intent of the workshop that, we hold it in the chamber so we can record, go forward, turn the podium around, and speak to the audience that may want to attend in that meeting. Again, it wasn't the thought process when I discussed it with the manager and with the consultant that this would be a situation with this workshop, that the commission would be at the dais, it would be for the people, a public workshop to have the discussion. The follow-up meeting would be during a commission hearing, so that, again, all of you would typically be here. We would do the workshop before the meeting. That way the consultant could also give the same presentation and any feedback that was received during the meeting. Again, this was just a path. We haven't done this path before, but the commission asked for some public input, so we thought this was the most prudent way to move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, as the maker of the motion, I would select December the 8th. I don't think 20 days is enough time. We already found out what it's like when you try to do it 1 week later. I think this is too important. It'll give the administration more time to do more outreach and figure out how that's going to work. So included in the motion would be a December 8th consultant workshop with the public.
Is the seconder okay with the motion?
Yeah, I think I seconded it. Yes, I'm okay with that.
Commissioner Seifel, did you answer his question?
No, it
Did he answer your question?
No, it actually is a question to Vice Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor.
Just a point of clarification for you. You talked a lot about the 10% rule number. Is your concern about this? Is that like part of your biggest concern on these? I know you had other. I mean, we all had other questions. But is that your biggest concern as far as the definition of how that 10% is being used? Would be my first question to you, and then I guess the second part of my question would be to city attorney or city manager. Can we write what our definition is of that 10%, and that would be utilized in making the determination? So, Vice Mayor and then city attorney.
City attorney.
Can I respond?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Vice Mayor, she had a question from Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, so she asked for clarification, right? So, yeah, the 10%, how that's calculated, or the method.
Definition of how it's used.
The definition is very concerning to me because the difference, there's a reason why there's a 10% rule. and that is because you don't want to become so sensitive that you play ping pong with a community going back and forth between
Right. No, I get
districts. And I believe that the way that we're doing it cumulatively makes it so sensitive that any minor change makes a requirement for a change. Whereas when you're using the method of, the largest to the smallest, you are minimizing the frequency of which you have to make those changes.
Right.
Now, when you take a look at just alone, here we heard FAU. FAU uses a method of cumulative. FIU uses the opposite, or the other method of using high to low. I mean, so there you just have two universities that are used as consultants.
We pay one.
And those two
Yeah.
do it differently. But then when you take a look to it, we have current redistricting happening right now for Broward County,
Yeah.
for, and also for the school board and for, obviously, congressional and other things.
Right.
If you take a look at them, they're not doing this cumulative thing. They're all doing pretty much the high and the low. Why are we different?
Because when you talked about being very minimal on that, there were numbers in here that the difference was 0.05. I mean, what could that, so I get it.
It makes sense.
Yeah. But City Attorney, do we get to write what our own definition of the 10% rule is?
May I respond, Mayor?
Please.
It depends. It's a good legal answer. It depends on what the law says. And you have to and the Vice Mayor was very accurate, and I know the case he's citing to, by the way. But there are others that talk about the same subject matter of how you equate the 10%. What you have in front of you is a very unique situation. The word I would like to use is it's a confluence between, which is the joinder of two rivers of equal size that are kind of meeting at the same place. We're in the middle of a redistricting in the city of Pembroke Pines, one of the largest cities in the county, and the county's in the middle of its own redistricting. There's also redistricting on the federal level as well. So the confluence of all of those changes is causing this to happen. But the concept of the 10%, you get to apply. You do, but it has to be based upon the law in the context of how you apply it here. So we're happy to supplement our memo with a memo on that issue, but I think the end result is our consultants need to be able to support the answer to your questions, not just you, the Vice Mayor, but you, the Commission. I mean, we need to legally give an answer to suggest you have the parameters to do that.
I'm anxious to see your memo.
Sure.
Because obviously you would have to include in that FAU is doing it one way, which is legally, FIU is doing it a different way, which both seem to be legally, and how did they get to those points of having a different way of doing it? I look forward to your memo.
And just one more thing, Mayor, if I can. The good news is legally, and we were very careful about our research and very in-depth about it. By doing nothing, it's not that you're legally doing nothing. You're not able to do anything with regard to changing the maps for the March election, but you have an ability to change your maps if needed and if legally required, and you have the parameters within which to do that, which our memo will help you to guide you to get to that answer.
Next question.
So they could be changed, just the effective date would be the issue, correct?
The effective date would be changed, correct.
All right, any other questions?
I do for Mr. Stan there.
What's that?
I do have a question.
All right, quickly, please.
Okay. So first I'm hearing that FIU has a different methodology. Is it the same set of data, meaning that the community blocks that are used, would they come to a same or different conclusion based upon how they apply the data?
The data is still the same. The difference is that we asked our consultant to look at the 2023 planning horizon because we knew the projects were there. In terms of how the information is calculated, it's two different approaches. Again, Commissioner is not wrong in saying the spread, which the consultant alluded to, the highest and the lowest. This group, again, it's still at FAU. This group within FAU utilizes this other methodology. That way they know that their districts are that much closer under the Equal Protection Clause. Again, I don't want to say that there's a wrong answer or a right answer. I think there's two different methodologies. Should the commission want to say, hey, we want to utilize this methodology and it's consistent with this way, that's up to the commission.
Well, okay, so based upon the number of times that this has occurred, and I know this may predate you, have the methodologies changed from the high and low to the way that FIU presented? Meaning, have we been consistent with the methodology?
I'd have to check the numbers. I can't answer that
Because
question
I
right
think that, at least, would give a historical perspective of how the city's been doing it. And we don't know what that answer is. And I think between now and December 8th, we could probably get that answer. Perhaps the city attorney can include how many times and how the formulas were used, because we're going to get to the same conclusion if it was the same way for years. But if you go from one year to the next with two different ways, then you could have a ping pong ball. It's very possible, so.
Okay. On the motion, further discussion.
If I may, one response.
All right, quickly, sir.
And I just want to say that, just remember, years ago, we weren't nowhere near the size we are today, so we are a much larger city today, which makes, sometimes thoughts for what we would consider change. But I think it's very good to find out that's how we actually been doing it, because I don't know that I heard the attorney say that we were doing it that way all the time, so.
All right.
Mayor, I'm going to add one last comment. Our charter does not directly say how to do it.
That's correct.
Other charters do specifically address how to do it. So you often see divergence in here, and again, that's why consultants look at it two different ways very often. Our charter is not very specific. Other charters are very specific. Some charters have gone back from being so specific to being very similar to our charter.
I know how not to do it.
So when you look at it, again, the charter provides some general guidance as to what we're supposed to look at when we do redistricting, but it's up to the commission at the end of the day to determine the path forward.
Okay.
December 8th.
All right, that's in the motion.
Yeah.
All right, anything further on the motion? City Clerk, call the roll.
Can she read the motion, Mayor, please?
All right, City Clerk, read the motion, please.
Commissioner Schwartz made a motion, seconded by Commissioner Seipel, to accept the recommendation of the city administration to hold a public meeting with the redistricting consultant for public input in the city commission chambers in November or December, and December 8th was that deciding date.
Yes.
Okay.
Following the public meeting, administration recommends holding a workshop prior to an upcoming commission meeting in early 2022.
That's it. All right, call the roll, please.
The second for the record, I didn't hear that.
It's Commissioner Seipel.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Seipel. Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Commissioner Seipel?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. On the league business, we had an advocacy committee meeting today at 2:00.
Yep.
It was a good meeting. So we have meetings coming up in November up in Orlando, league meetings and others. Reports to the manager.
No items, Mayor.
City attorney.
No items, Mayor, thank you.
Nice. Commissioner Seipel, item 21, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Discussion and possible motion to direct the city attorney's office to draft a formal resolution of the city commission opposing proposed Senate Bill 280 filed for consideration by Senator Hudson in the 2022 Florida legislature and attached hereto for your review and consideration.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor.
Second.
You seconded it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this was brought up at the last Broward League of Cities, and is quite concerning, the language that's included in here, and the not good language for cities, municipalities. So, City Attorney, you and I spoke about it, and I asked if you would please give a brief description of what this bill does. I can't say what this bill does good, because I'm not sure there's anything good that's in it, but what this bill actually does and how it affects our municipalities.
May I respond quickly, Mayor?
Go ahead, please.
The bill speaks for itself, which speaks volumes about the fact that the legislature is trying to help cities to do things that it doesn't choose to want to do, frankly. In the context of kind of punishing local government, if I may say that. It's another aspect of preemption. Two things. This bill would apply if adopted to both cities under Chapter 166 and to counties under Chapter 125. Essentially, what it tells us is that in the context of adopting ordinances, specifically for cities, that you can't adopt an ordinance, even if you call it something else, that violates a preemption already provided for by state statute. So, for example, if you chose to adopt some kind of circuitous rezoning provision that would impact Chapter 790.33 regarding gun management, for example, and you did it in a way that tried to hide the ball from the state in the context of that legislation, this bill would say, no, local government, you can't do that. And by the way, for doing so, we're going to penalize you by allowing John Q. Citizen, i.e. the NRA or some other group, hypothetically, that could seek attorney's fees against the city for the improper adoption of an ordinance, which, by the way, is not capped under this provision. There's no cap, which is an interesting, which is to a great degree punitive. And it would be in Chapter 57, which is the chapter governing legal fees in the state of Florida for collection purposes. It also provides an interesting requirement that before an ordinance is adopted, there needs to be a business impact statement and an associated finding with regard to whether or not the ordinance is even legally able to be adopted by the local government. To the extent that it talks in terms of such things as a statement of a public purpose to be served by the proposed ordinance, such as serving the public health, safety, or welfare of the municipality, a statement regarding reasonable connection between the public purpose and the expected effects of the ordinance, estimated economic effect of the proposed ordinance on businesses both within and outside of the municipality, including both adverse and beneficial effects, a good faith estimate of the number of businesses likely affected by the ordinance, and one last thing, an analysis of the extent to which the proposed ordinance is likely to deter or encourage the formation of new businesses. I don't know the reasoning behind the ordinance, but the proposed bill, but it puts some potential new burdens upon local government that we currently don't have. So it's a bill which may have some merit only in the context that I believe that Senator Hudson, I don't know him, is the incoming next year Senate president. So he may have some sway in Tallahassee, and to the extent that this is clearly the sites of this bill are on local governments, including cities, principally cities.
Let me just say it's a bad bill, and I just found out last week that the legislators are going to be meeting in person. They made the decision last week. The new dates, this out of the ordinary, are January to March this year. And committee meetings have already begun.
They're already doing.
So there's a lot of reconciliation because of what you just said, a lot of elections coming up. So they don't know how much in depth they're going to go, but this is a bad, bad bill.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Seifert.
Thank you very much. So there's a couple of key ingredients to this thing. City Attorney, tell me if I go astray.
Yes, sir.
This is a disincentive to the passage of arbitrary language in ordinances, correct?
That's the theory of it, yes.
Okay, so the definition of arbitrary would be by a ruling body, unrestrained, autocratic misuse of authority based on random choice or personal whim rather than any reason or system. So if a city would pass an ordinance in an unrestrained and autocratic misuse of authority based on random choice or personal whim rather than reason or system, they should be slapped. The question is how. And the way that legal fees are calculated it's a box of chocolates. It's a Jack in the Box. They don't define it. So if the motion that's being discussed here is total disagreement with the statute, I can't join you, because I think that good government demands that arbitrary actions by a legislative body be discouraged. Now, I will also tell you that what's good for cities should also be good for the state. So if the motion was written, we can support this if it applies to you also, so that, you know, when should the state pass an arbitrary statute, as I think they've done in the past, John Q. Public can come forward and sue and recover his fees or her fees on some defined level of cost recovery. I can join that resolution. But a blanket, no, we don't like this. First of all, they're going to throw it in the garbage. Second of all, it's not in the slightest bit creative. And third, it just doesn't pass the sniff test on a good government level. So my vote depends on how this resolution is worded. I think that arbitrary acts on behalf of legislative bodies should be discouraged in a very, very specific way, and they should be discouraged for all legislative bodies, not just some.
Okay, this bill has been requested, of course, by the broader League of Cities, who have attorneys as well.
That's fine.
And I think the bill is no good, and I'm going to vote against it.
Okay.
Mayor.
So if there's no other further discussion, you call the roll, City
I
Clerk.
just have one question, Mayor.
I need to know what the resolution is.
She made the motion. The motion is in front of us.
The motion.
Simple as that.
Let's review the motion, please.
Discussion, go ahead, Commissioner Seipel.
Formal resolution is opposing the proposed.
Commissioner Seipel, go ahead.
It's motion to direct the city attorney's office to draft a formal resolution of the city commission opposing proposed Senate Bill 280, filed for consideration by Senator Hudson in the 2022 Florida legislature.
Are you willing to consider an amendment that that talks about this prohibition applying to the state also, and that that the attorney's fees be defined in the statute? Are you willing to accept that amendment?
Well, part of it I would, but you changed a little bit from what you originally said. You did talk about it applying to the state as well.
Right.
Okay, but you also then said arbitrary decisions that were made, and so you changed that a little bit on the
No,
second
that
one.
arbitrary decisions is.
You said monetary stuff, and that doesn't necessarily mean
Hold on, let me clarify. Arbitrary decisions is what the subject matter is about. I also believe there's a defect in the legal fees in that it's not defined how they would calculate them. I'm asking you, will you accept an amendment that includes the state in this statute and that defines how legal fees would be calculated by a judge?
I would be more inclined to accept the change about the legal fees.
Yeah.
I'm not so willing at this point, the state, because I think that, which was a comment you made a little while ago, what good is this? They're just going to throw it away. As much as I'd love to be able to make and hold their feet to the fire to be the same way, I'm not sure that I'm willing to give up on everything else just to get that part.
Okay, I'll just vote against it.
And I think,
That's fine, vote against it.
I think the state would certainly throw it away if it said, if you did it too.
Mayor, I have a
That's my
question.
opinion. Go ahead, quickly, and then we're going to vote on it.
Is there a similar or a companion bill filed in the House?
I don't know that.
Well, it's critically important.
Well, they could do it.
Because we see bad bills get filed in one chamber or another, and they don't see the light of day because they don't have a companion bill.
But they could.
At
So you
that
have to be
point,
ready for it.
At that point I think, would be the appropriate time to bring it forward, Commissioner
Well,
Seipel.
they're hoping that, I think the thought process, if I could, Mayor, I think the thought process was that if there was enough support, in the negative way, of not support of this item, that in fact, it may not get any further. And there was a little bit of talk that it's being looked at, and that the only place else it would be looked at would be in the House. But nothing has happened yet on that. But if he's going to be Senate President.
If you like it, you'll vote for it. If you don't,
No, it's not a matter of voting for it or not. I'm trying, I know, Mayor, I'm trying to find out where this is going. Have we had any conversations with?
Can I answer it? Commissioner Schwartz. Commissioner Schwartz.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I answer it?
Sure.
This resolution is going to be prepared by the city attorney.
Yeah.
With our approval, if we approve it. Then it will go to the adequate and people that it's supposed to go, the Senate.
Oh, I know,
Well, that's where it's going.
Where's Eric's at on this? Have
Who?
they, our lot?
We tell them what to do. They don't tell us what to
They give us guidance on what,
We tell them what to do. They don't tell us what to do.
on what the temperature
Look,
is.
if you don't like it, you vote
Mayor,
against it.
point of order, Mayor,
Go ahead.
please allow the other members to speak.
I am,
Thank
and
you.
I'm trying to
Thank you.
answer it.
Let's not abuse the.
Go ahead.
Let's,
I would never abuse it, Commissioner.
Please
Thank you
allow
for your
other
comments,
members
though.
to
Thank you
speak.
for your comments.
Please allow other
Go
members
ahead.
to speak. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead, Commissioner Schwartz, finish, please. I interrupted you.
Okay.
I'm
I apologize.
No, that's okay. I'm just, it just wasn't in the backup. If there's a House bill, fine. If not, fine. But if it was in the backup, it would give me a better idea of where I could, where I could be on this. Where, do we have any indication from our Broward delegation? Do we have any indication from our lobbyists as far as what the temperature is or appetite to have this in the House? Because what we've seen, what we've seen in this state is the House usually puts forward trash, and the Senate usually comes forward saying, we're not going to take that nonsense up. Now this is a little bit different. I can think of another senator in the federal sense who used a position of an upcoming, Senate presidency in order to move forward on that political ladder.
Mayor, if I may,
Commissioner Cypher?
if I may respond, good points. But when I was at, and City Attorney was there as well, I was at the Broward League, when this was brought up.
If they're asking you to do it, if the league is asking you
Commissioner
to
Schwartz.
Well, let me just
Commissioner
answer
Schwartz,
what
you
your
had your-
question was.
You had your time.
Was there a heavy desire to pass an ordinance opposing this? Absolutely. And a number of municipal officers stood up, and with discussions that they had been having with their lobbyists as well, that this is not a good item.
If I may, we all have our style and how we present. If you had just said, look, the league has asked us to support this.
She did.
Yeah.
She did. This is from the league. This is a recommendation from the league for all of the cities to do.
Where does it say in the title that it came from the league?
She pointed it out.
Show me on the paper.
City Attorney,
Yes, Mr.
was
Mayor.
this, when she made her motion, was it coming from the Broward League
That's all I'm saying.
or us?
It was
and city?
discussed at the last league board meeting.
Thank you very much. That's your answer. All right, on the motion. City Clerk, call a roll, please.
Commissioner Seifel?
Yes.
Mayor Ordus?
Yes.
Commissioner Castillo?
No.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Commissioner Schwartz, you're on item 22.
Okay. Mayor, I'm going to read the item, and I need to give my colleagues some background as to why I had to do this. Discussion and possible action to request the commission auditor present their findings of the building department audit to be available to take questions from the administration or the public. Request commission to provide administration direction immediately after the commission auditor's presentation on whether to go out to bid or bring back a negotiated contract for building department services. So here's the background. I had to use this as a commission item because the administration would not put it on otherwise. The administration had plans prior to my inquiry of bringing back a contract extension and include the commission auditor's report as a part of the backup. Because the reason I was told, well, they completed their work, so we're moving forward. That was the direction given by the commission. So my response was, well, that's not exactly, I think, the best way of going about things. I think that there needs to be, first, they need to be separated to allow the commission to discuss the findings. Then I was told that the commission auditor should request a presentation. So in my individual capacity, I relayed that information to the commission auditor only to find out that the commission auditor was told that the commission has to put it on. At this point, we're on day 3 or 4 last week, and I really didn't want to do this. I really did not want to do this. Not tonight. I didn't. So, members of the public have emailed us, and rightfully so, because the public deserves to have the same information we do. So now I'm finding, speaking with administration and reading the report, that there appears to be tension and extreme disagreement with the approach that was taken and how the report was prepared. So I would like to give the administration, now I can see that they presented their objections or their views, and it was encapsulated in the report. But I want to get everyone in the ring and let's get this going on. If there's an issue with the audit, we need to know what that is. We also need to hear from our commission auditor about any issues that they may have had putting it together. And certainly, the thing that really concerned me, I don't recall a time that our commission auditor had to give us a preview of what the audit was going to be. I don't recall ever getting a call like that. So once I received the call, and it's my understanding that we all received a call, and what was discussed, that's between you and the auditor. But I learned that there was over 800 transactions that folks were entitled to some refunds. So instead of the administration letting us know that there's refunds, we had to learn about it through our commission auditor. I'm disappointed in that. I really am disappointed. I'm also disappointed that we didn't hear from the vendor to let us know that that was actually happening. Because had that been the case, I would have said the following. If I'm a contractor doing work for a family, and that family writes me a check for the amount of money for a permit fee, and I take that check from that family and I give it to the city because that's what the contractor said it cost. Now there's a refund. The refund is going to the person who's on the application, not necessarily the person who actually paid the fee, in the tune of $43,000. Instead of setting up a claims form to give everyone an opportunity, dear Mrs. So-and-so, there may be some money coming back to you, please complete the paperwork. It just went out the door and checks have already been cut. I don't know why we continue to not allow the commission to provide guidance and direction.
Well, let's get an answer.
So that is the general background. Now, certainly, we have two opposing views. 2 weeks ago, there was a discussion about the commission auditor and the work product, and that we have to follow that guidance. And now we're reading a report where the administration says we just want to keep things going in the right direction. In my readings, and this is where I need more discussion from staff, is when it comes to the permit process, it's not just the building department that's involved. We have engineering, and we have fire, and we have city staff that handle applications. So is the conclusion the sum of all parts? Or did we limit our commission auditor to only look at one thing? And do we need to authorize additional dollars to dig even deeper?
You want to get an answer?
So that's the sense of where I'm going here, and
I'm ready whenever you want to
Wait,
speak.
you said,
Okay.
you need an answer.
I'm a little taken back by some of these comments, and
well, so was I, Mr. City Manager, so was I.
Commissioner, you had...
I'm a little taken back by some of these comments for a number of reasons. Number one, it was our understanding at the time that we brought a recommendation to the commission to extend the contract. There was a motion made to ask for the commission auditor to do a report on the outsourcing of the building department, and once that's completed, to bring it back. So when the commissioner asked me, am I going to put this item on the agenda, I said, yes, but not at this meeting. We're going to put it on with the item on how it originated. Regarding the comment, I'm not sure the term that was used, that there was kind of a back and forth or a debate between staff and our commission auditor. If you look at all the audits, that's how we work. They provide us with a recommendation. They allow us to make a response to it. And you'll look in those previous audits, they'll either agree with us because maybe they overlooked something or maybe they didn't have a full understanding of it, and then they make a notation of it. This audit is no different than any of the others. I cannot answer you why, and the commission auditor is here who can address that issue, why he contacted each one of you individually ahead of time to share the audit with him. That's his prerogative as the commission auditor. But there was no animosity or anything between us, but if there was an issue that we disagree with, our administrative response was going to dictate that, and we did so. Regarding the issue of some mistakes in the programming on how it was done, the commission auditor at their random sampling of this did find them. The contractor on his own says, well, how can it only be 8? They went back on their own to look at that, and they discovered that in the program, that's how many were discovered. It was our own contractor who brought forward that number. And they made a decision to refund the money to the party who paid for it. Now, it's true, a homeowner may have paid for a new roof and they were overcharged $50. Well, that's something we certainly can notify them, but I can't write a check to the homeowner for that $50 when they didn't pay the fee. It was paid by the contractor. And that's a dispute we certainly would acknowledge that we can assist the homeowner with because they didn't know it. But I don't think they had any other choice to refund the money to the party who paid it. So my process and my comments were with the commissioner where he wanted it on this agenda. I said, no, we're not ready to bring that item back or bring forward to the commission that item of renewing our original motion until such time as we had the report and we could attach it to it. So that was correct. So it's up to the commission to decide, do you want us to bring forward that contract back to you? Because part of this motion says to bring back a negotiated contract for building department services. That's how this all started. Commission directed us to go to our vendor and say, we want more revenue. What will you do? They came forward and we negotiated a contract with them and we put it on. And from that point forward, you asked the auditor to do their work. They did, and we're ready to move forward.
City Manager,
Mr. Schwartz?
Thank you. I think we certainly had a trying week and a half. And I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I did not want to have to do this. But based upon the information that I was receiving, and you and I never spoke, because you needed to focus on the more important stuff, okay? But based on the information that I received, I felt compelled that I had to bring this forward because staff may not have been contacted by the commission auditor in some phases of this audit that may have been appropriate.
We were in constant contact. We work very well with the commission auditor. There is no issue there. We have conversations with him, we exchange our responses with him, and we go back and forth. I would prefer if the commission auditor could speak for himself.
So finally, before we hear from the commission auditor, there is a recommendation by the commission auditor for us to go out to bid. Now, if this commission were to choose to do it, it would be my preference to ensure that we have only qualified firms with a significant number of years doing this work. And we've had discussions earlier tonight on price. It should be qualified firms based on price, period.
What information?
Mr. Mayor?
Allow me to finish, please.
Point of information, Commissioner Castillo.
Is Commissioner Schwartz describing a hypothetical or his motion?
Mr. Schwartz?
He said if we go out to bid. Is he describing a hypothetical? 'Cause I'm looking at his motion, and I don't see that here.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Okay, I'm going to continue, Mayor.
No, he needs an answer.
I will answer it if he just gives me a few more moments to finish a sentence.
All right.
And then finally, our chief building official, regardless, if we renegotiate or go out to bid, chief building official needs to be a city of Pembroke Pines employee.
Mr. Mayor.
If I may.
Hold on.
We're far afield.
City manager, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if you're having a contract with a vendor, we can't hire the chief building official. And if you're saying you want a contract manager to oversee it, and they are a chief building official, there's no problem with that. But I can't tell a company to come in, whatever company that is you're going to have to do the work, and you're responsible to our chief building official, and they do something wrong. I don't know if it's on the liability of that company. I think we're going very far out of the context of what we should be doing. Mr. Mayor, I would really like, and I have not had a conversation with our commission auditor about this. Our commission auditor has, in fact, worked with staff, worked with the vendor, raised points, we've answered them.
Let's hear from
and
the
this
auditor.
is their report, not our report. And they've included everything in it, our responses to it, and what their recommendation is to you. And that's what we should be discussing. I really wanted to discuss this at the time of the original recommendation I made to you to extend the contract we could have saved we would have received hundreds of thousands of dollars from that vendor if we had approved it at that time. But it was the commission's decision to do an audit on them and to see how they're performing. And I defer to our commission auditor.
Name, please.
Eddie Castaneda, I'm a manager at the Commissioner's office, Auditor's office. Good evening. First and foremost, I appreciate the time for having us up here to present. I would agree with Mr. Dodge that, to my knowledge, there has not been any animosity between our departments or any back and forth infighting, so to speak. We'll make recommendations, and like the city manager says, sometimes the city agrees and sometimes they do not, and then we provide our responses. But that's all in the normal course of our operations, that we need cooperation with city administration. as to why we decided to have individual talks with each of the commissioners. We felt that back in the December meeting of last year, this was a very important topic that came up, and we wanted, prior to us finalizing the report, to get just a last-minute input from each commissioner, if they had any further questions or if they wanted us to go down a different avenue of testing or reviewing documents, or just to answer their general questions before we finalized that report. And that was the reason behind that.
Okay. Commissioner Schwartz, did you?
No, that's Commissioner Castillo's inquiring.
Commissioner Castillo?
Thank you very, very much. The audit was part of the commissioner's items, so I want to go over the audit with you if I can.
Sure.
And generally speaking, you will agree that the Pembroke Pines Buildings Department collects about $6 million a year in fees. They issue about 650 permits per month, or about 20,000 total permits per year. That sounds about right?
In the period that we tested, it was which was a 2-year period. The department issued approximately 20,000 in that 2-year period.
Over the 2-year period?
Over the 2-year period.
Interesting. Okay. So, your observation number 1 talks about contracting out, and you base your conclusion on the fact that the length of this contract sort of, in your opinion, requires that.
Correct.
However, the procurement code does not require that.
The procurement code has some very specific language as to which type of services the vendors provide, that certain services are sometimes exempt from the overall competitive procedure.
So we're not like in violation of law with our contract with the
No, Commissioner, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So even though it's allowed, you don't think that you think we should go out, but the administration says that they understand your point of view, but they feel that going out would be cost adverse to the city. That's their position. Okay. So that's observation number 1. Then your observation number 2 has to do with contract language and gross revenue, and how the contract should be improved in the language in the contract in order for that to be better defined. Correct?
Correct.
And that's just a general comment. That one really applies to the city. So far we've got 2 observations that apply to the city. Then the third one is contract language regarding the type of permits. This also applies to the city. It talks about an effective service agreement clearly defines deliverables between both parties. And you don't think that the language in there is sufficient. And, you think that it can be bolstered. That's also a finding against the city. The city needs to improve its contract.
The contract between the building department and the city needs to improve.
But it's the city that writes it. So it's the city that needs to improve that language and get its vendor to agree to it, right? I mean, that's the way it would work.
Yes.
Okay. So then in observation number 4, you've got plan review timeframe, and it says that the contract doesn't have sufficient guidance for plan review. Timeframe. That's also a finding about how the city should improve its contract. And that's observation 4. I agree with all these observations, by the way. Observation 5, except I have a question that I'll ask administration about observation 1. Then in number 5, it talks about inspections and how the process of inspections isn't clear, though the buildings department says it is clear. It's the contractor or the building that calls in for the inspection. But I don't disagree that the city should have that language in the contract, so that it's clear in the contract who does what. That's also a finding with the city. Then number 6 is more about inspection timeframes. That's also a contractual item. Then you get to observation 7, which was your permitting testing. And this is where it gets interesting. It looks as though somehow the permit fees that got locked into the computer were slightly off, or somewhat off, the fees that were approved by this commission. And when we spoke on the phone, I talked to you about an internal control regarding non-delegable duties and segregation of duties, and how maybe what has to happen is that city personnel needs to go there and enter our fees into their computer so that there's no, or that someone needs to certify that the fees that are entered into the computer are actually correct, so that you never have this problem again. And you thought that that was a good idea.
Correct.
That's also something that the city can do to improve this problem. Then you go to observation number 7, which was your permit testing. So you looked at numerous items, and you extrapolated that 830 of these accounts, or about $43,000 worth of refunds, would be needed over this 2-year period?
The error that was found was in 1 year.
In 1 year. But they collect $6 million a year in permit fees. So that's about 0.7% error rate.
On this one particular instance, it's the error is just one of the errors that we found.
In this instance.
In this instance.
But it's partially caused by the calculation in the computer, right?
Yes, the fee that was uploaded that drives.
So if we fix that, this might have gone away altogether, if that had been correct.
Sure.
Okay. And then you go to observation number 8, which is the permit testing exceptions, non-compliance with Florida statutes. And this amounted to $4 or $44. It was an error. I'm not even exactly sure. I would have to look at this. This might be Calvin Giordano, or it might be connected to the rate and how it's entered. Then you go to the information technology, and I agree that we should have a better system, but this commission took $50,000 out of their hide the last time they signed up. So if we want better customer service, I think we need to pay for it. And that's the whole audit. Now, I have to tell you, I got great respect for you and for Dan and for the entire firm. You guys do a great job. Many years ago, I was Auditor General at the New York City School Construction Authority, and I was responsible for all internal audits there. That was a $6 billion a year operation, renovating schools. It was a big job. I had a whole team of auditors. I've been through tons and tons of these kinds of audits. This thing was a softball. What this audit tells me is that they're doing a great job. That's what it tells me. Okay, so there's nothing, and then I asked you, with respect to the money, and this part didn't make it into your audit, but you and I talked about it. With respect to the money, did you see anything that was suspicious or that would raise an eyebrow, that they were doing something naughty or inappropriate or illegal? And you said, no, I have no such information, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if the goal to go out to bid is not found in the audit, and if the city manager believes that going out to bid, and I'm going to talk to him in a second, will cost us more money, why in the world would we entertain this discussion when they have been doing the job? And I go back to the old policy that made Pembroke Pines great. When you have a partner and they're doing their job, you keep them, you reward them. That's how we do business. That's how we stay great. When we break that rule, we put our city in jeopardy. Now, I'm going to ask Mr. Dodge. Why do you feel that we shouldn't go out to bid? These guys have been renewed I don't know how many times. Why do you think it's necessary that we renew them again? Why?
Mr. Dodge?
Yes, Mayor. It's very similar to a recommendation that the commission auditor made on another audit to you not too long ago.
Right.
Where he recommended we go out for bid, and this commission sat here and said, I guess some of the same words you did. That vendor's doing a great job. There are others out there that probably could do it, but they've been there doing the job for us, and you all wanted to keep them, so we extended their contract.
Who was that?
Excuse me?
Who is the vendor?
That was the golf course.
Okay, I mean.
So
I'm just asking
anyways,
the public.
so the
golf
issue
course.
is the commission auditor's recommending that. I understand it, because when you go out for bid, you might get a better price, but you might not get the service. What I am really very concerned about in the non-renewal of this contract, number one, when you make that transition, okay, it's going to be a very difficult one whenever you're going to do it. You're involved in a process that where do you stop and where do you make that transition? You got permits midstream. You have so many other issues out there. This company has been involved in us in transitioning from their software, I think it's called Inkforce, to our ERP. Their team has been working with our city and the computers, and what one of the recommendations was in number 7 is checks and balance on the computer system. It now will be on our own system. So if there's an error there, it probably then would be on our part. So I can honestly say for the years that the company has been there, and I know you get complaints from people that their permit was delayed, they didn't get approved, they're waiting. Every time I've gone in to look at it, and I've shared it with you, most of the time, it's that company or it's that family who hired somebody to work for them, and the architect didn't do their job. If something isn't correct and it's denied, and they come back and they don't correct it, it is going to be kept turning down because they're required by law to follow the building code.
Well, Mayor, one last thing, because I know other commissioners want to speak, but if you all want my vote to throw out a vendor that, in my opinion, has been doing the job that's being recommended by administration, we're going to have to come up with a much, much better reason than this audit or the odd complaint in the community. They issued thousands of permits. They collect millions of dollars, and they've been doing it for a long time for this city. For me to interfere or to intervene in that, it takes a lot. And I have to caution this commission. We have a professional staff. That's not our job. Our job is not to be the staff. Our job is to be the commissioners, and that's a different job than being staff. So if that's what you're looking for, is to let's start throwing everybody out of Pembroke Pines and changing the culture of how this greatly run city does business, you're going to have to come up with better answers than this audit. Thank you.
All right, Commissioners,
Mayor?
anybody else?
Mayor?
Commissioner Cyple.
Thank you, Mayor. Something that was said about changing companies sort of midstream, if you will. To be fearful of doing that because it may be difficult or it may take a while for it to be accomplished or what have you, are in my opinion, are never good enough or valid reasons why you wouldn't look at making a change. That shouldn't be the reason, the overriding reason, because you're fearful of what it may be. My opinion. But I do have a question for the city manager. Could you explain again? You alluded to it earlier. We did have you go out and renegotiate with the current vendor. When was that, and there were some changes in rates and stuff. Could you kind of give us a brief of when that was and those numbers?
Well, I've been having to recall history for the last 7 days.
I know, I'm sorry, I hate asking
I
you.
might have to rely on some of my staff, Lisa Nainer and everyone else out there to help me with it. But I don't recall exactly when we brought the renewal back. I know it was at the direction of the commission, and we've done that pretty much before in preparation of our budget. Why don't we go back and renegotiate with some of these large vendors to see if we can create additional revenue or have them lower their rates? Well, lowering the rates doesn't generate more revenue in the building department because you've got to cover those expenses. And the fee schedule by ordinance for permits is controlled by us. So what they have to do as a company to be as efficient as they can be in order to pay their staff, and at the same time, they pay us rent, there are all other kinds of costs in that contract that we went back and negotiated with them. And Aina, do you remember what the total dollar amount was that was the savings, or Lisa, do you? We can look it up and provide it. I was planning to bring this item up at the next meeting where I would have had all that information for you. And I respect the city auditor for what he said. I don't disagree, but there are times and circumstances where that might not be appropriate at this time, just like it wasn't when you approved the golf course to keep the same vendor at that time for whatever reasons, and I don't remember. There may have been others.
When did we renegotiate this, and for how long was the renegotiation?
I believe it was a 4-year, excuse me?
It was June of last year that the vice mayor asked the city, asked you, Mr. Dodge, to sit down. We approved the contract. So we were operating within that 1-year extension.
Correct.
Okay? And then you came back, and it's noted in the backup in the audit of October of last year, where the renegotiation of a reduction in cost was possible if we extended it for a period of years.
That's correct. I believe it was 5 years.
And that's what triggered the audit. It wasn't.
Well, I don't think that triggered the audit. What triggered the audit, and I'm not going to speak for any of the commissioners, there are times where you do need to look at, and we ask our commissioner auditor to look at functions. There's one time we asked them to do an audit on the pension. There was another time we asked them to do an audit on outsourcing, and they came back and they recommended that was a good approach for the city. In this particular case, they said, before we approve that 5-year extension, let's have an audit on the building department, and then we'll bring it back. Well, if you're asking any vendor, whoever it might be, that you want substantial amount of money to be returned to the city as a fee based on their service, they can't do it in 1 full year. They amortize that over a 5-year period. And you were getting that revenue over a 5-year period. If you had said you only want to renew the contract for 1 year, they may have said, hey, we can't do anything else. And then at that time, you would go out for bid and see what you can or cannot do. And what I meant, Commissioner Seipel, and maybe I said it a little bit wrong, there has to be some time in the future that you do bid it, but it is a very complex thing. It's like a city who gave up their police department and now they want to start another police department. You don't tell them, go home today and tomorrow 30 more people come in and they're looking at a computer system. They got active permits at what stages, who reviewed them. It's not that simple of a process to do. It's not that it can't be done, but that's something I'm concerned about, because if you're concerned about people complaining that their garbage isn't picked up, this will be 100-fold This will be 100-fold where people say, I can't get a permit.
Mr.
All right,
Dodge.
hold on. Commissioner Schwartz, you've had a lot of time.
I know,
I'd like
Mayor.
to say a few words. Let me just say personally, as the mayor of the city, I have liked Calvin Giordano. I was here when they took over. They took our people because the union voted not to support them with the other side of the union, so they voted to go out and to a private contractor. Calvin Giordano came in, took those people, gave them a good salary, gave them some pension, or anything else we asked them to do, they did. Over the years, the tenure of their contract, they've been good to the city and good to the residents. And anytime I ask them as the mayor, getting a letter from someone or a question, I call them directly, Chris takes my call, and we do it. I'm not ready to go out to bid when I have a contract with a company that I think is doing very well. I know Mr. Card sent me a contract that we should go out to bid after so many, I don't believe that. I believe in my personal, that a company that's doing good, we need to keep them. So that's just what I want to say.
So, Mayor, I was going to
Go ahead,
ask
Commissioner
the city manager.
Go ahead, Commissioner Schwartz.
A year ago, June, and city attorney, please listen. A year ago, June, we gave a 1-year extension. Everything status quo. The vice mayor asked the city manager, see if he can renegotiate. Comes back in October with an extension and a cost associated with it. My vote last fall was to leave things as they were because we needed to hear from the audit. So there was projected savings based on a longer term deal. I guess the manager is going to bring back at the next meeting. It's the same, I would assume, sir, and then it's relatively the same structure that you had presented this time a year ago. Now, with that, we've had a year of this ERP system coming in play, and I asked the vendor about the proprietary software of Inkforce and if there was any carrying cost. This was a year ago, and certainly there was. It's spread out amongst all the cities, but certainly there's some cloud storage that we have to pay for. So in my view, the reduction, the savings that we were receiving is because we're going to our own system. Now, again, Mr. Dodge, this was a year ago and how things were unfolding. So I was happy to support the extension of the contract with our building department. So what irked me was learning that the commission auditor's report was going to be a part of the backup, not a separate item. Mr. Dodge, that is the reason why I'm bringing this forward, is to allow the public to be able to, whether it's Mr. Carter or anybody else, to have an opportunity to weigh in, to have the same information that this commission does.
All right.
So at the next meeting, I'm going to have an item requesting an ordinance to require that all commission audit reports be presented when completed, regardless of subject matter, to allow the public the opportunity to give us feedback. Okay. That's what I'm looking at doing.
That's fine.
Okay? And so I wanted to wait until November 3rd, but based upon how things kind of evolved, I had to just lay it on the table tonight.
All right.
So,
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Carr, did you want to say something
Mr.
first?
Mayor, may I speak real quick?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. But just let me tell you, we have 15 minutes to go before
And I
our
shouldn't
closure, so
be,
just.
shouldn't be that long. I just have a couple of statements and then I have a couple of questions. So first, I want to thank MSL for performing the auditing services that you do. This conversation, maybe some of the statements that were made, tells me that you're doing your job Your firm is doing your job. I'm very pleased with that, and I'm pleased to the point that I'm actually very interested in seeing your scope of services expand beyond what they currently are right now, because what you found in one company, and we are a contract-heavy organization, I think we would be served well for your firm to be looking at these other contracts as well, without a doubt. I mean, without a doubt. The second thing is, I just want to make a statement, just kind of piggybacking on Commissioner Seipel. You know, she made a statement basically of saying, you know, it was a no fear statement. You know, don't fear change, right? So, you know, I don't. And when we say, oh, how difficult it's going to be to transition, let me tell you, I think that we just kind of found the worst case scenario when we were going through COVID, when everything shut down. And the businesses were still out there trying to get their work done. And we opened up, but we were very, very, very slow in getting them what they needed in order to be able to perform their businesses. So, I mean, the transition is going to be no worse than what we just went through with COVID-19. So that is not anywhere near my sense of understanding. And then the other thing is you know, there were several references about throwing the vendor out. You know, I'm certain that was probably not meant literally, because all we're doing is we're asking the vendor to be competitive, nothing less. Just be competitive. So those are my statements. But the questions that I have real quick here is, so, you know, there's observation, recommendations, the findings. You know, the firm makes, you know, their findings and then gives management gives a response. So the only question I have in regards to all of them is, who provided the management response specifically? Who provides the management response in this document? I guess the city manager.
Okay. It depends upon the question. If it's a financial one, the finance department would be involved in it. If it's a procedure, it would be a combination of different staff members who worked on it. And I quite honestly don't know what staff members worked on it. Eddie may know who he has been speaking with on it.
Since this one's in typical audits, we would send this to the city administration's office, and then they would delegate, like Mr. Dodge said, and finance needs to answer this portion, and this department needs. But since this is an outside vendor, we sent this to Calvin Giordano's office to review the report and to provide responses. And I think in a combination between them and city administration was where you got these responses from.
Okay. Well, actually, that kind of blends into the questioning that I have. So, I mean, I don't know who provided the response then. It sounds like a combination. That was the question I was going to ask is, you know, was there input or recommended language given to staff for management response in this? And I specifically want to know, was there recommended language from the vendor provided to staff to be put in this document as a response?
Vice Mayor, there very well may have been some of the issue regarding the permit information and the numbers and information on review. They would have to provide that data to us. And that was incorporated, but it was reviewed by us and it was discussed with them.
Right. Okay, so who then would have wrote in the responses that all things would be taken care of in a, quote, renegotiated contract? I mean, who would make that assumption that this commission is authorizing a renegotiated contract? That's an assumption.
Which item are you
on? That's in almost every response.
Tell them where you are.
Well, because what brought forward this report was the contract that you all asked us to renegotiate with them. And if there was a recommendation on a procedure or a policy, then we included in there that it would have to be done at the time we renegotiate the agreement if it had any bearing on our agreement with Calvin Giordano. And there's some other things in here that probably would require city ordinance to fix.
So on observation number 4, just want to point out something. There was a reference about such a low number, but it was like 8 of 140 plan reviews that were reviewed, or 8 out of 140 that were reviewed, were problematic. And I think when you match it up to 20,000, I think it turns out to be about maybe almost 1,200 potential occurrences. Is that about accurate, how you can extrapolate that information on a sample?
We didn't do that. We didn't run the calculations to extrapolate this over the entire population.
I've done my own.
Okay.
I'm just asking. I mean, I've got a percentage and a percentage of a total. I mean, that's a potential.
Potentially, yes, that's
right.
correct.
So there's a potential of a total of 1,200 people that could have gotten.
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
But when you say 1,200 people for permits, in the review, what you're saying is they took too long, correct? Is that what
Yeah.
Okay, well, if it took too long, many times when we investigated the length of that, it wasn't the cause of our reviewer, it was the applicant's representative, their architect, their engineers, who had to keep resubmitting it because they didn't submit the proper information that's required by code. So to say they're wrong because someone else didn't do their job isn't I think, a fair response.
So maybe we should have the auditor look at that.
I think that's a great idea.
I think that's probably a good idea.
That was my point.
I agree.
Because I hear it also, the other side too, is that people have waited days and days and days for a phone call as well too. So that's fine. And then again, so you got 18 instances of permit fees being incorrectly calculated. Was that where only one of the 18 was pulled and found for $40,000?
Yes, that was the one.
One
so
out
of the
of
100,
18?
yeah, so of the 140, there was 18 instances of the permit fee not being calculated correctly. Our recommendation was for the building department to investigate the pervasiveness of these, because again, it's just 140 over 20,000. That's just our sample, and that of those 18, one of those instances was the re-roofing issue that caused the refund and the effect of those accounts.
Okay, because those 18 instances where you only pulled turn out to be like about, again, another extrapolation of almost 2,600 total exceptions there. And then the other thing was when we talk about the 43,000 refunds, Commissioner Schwartz, I agree with you. I had a real major issue with that in the sense that, I appreciate that there was a self-review, if that's what you call it. Who authorized the payment, though? Was it Calvin Giordano or was it the city? And if it was the city, who in the city authorized that payment structure to be done?
Mr. Giordano, do you want to come up and maybe, again, we've got 10 minutes, or we have to...
Yeah, but I'm not asking the vendor, I'm asking the city manager.
No, but I want the vendor, you referred to the vendor, I wanted to...
That was initiated by the vendor. They felt that it was their error, they made a mistake, so they took it upon themselves to research all of the other roofing permits, and they came up with a balance of them, and they decided they were going to issue the refunds.
Okay, and so, I'm sorry, I'm not asking you questions right now. I see that being a fundamental disconnect, though, to be perfectly honest with you, because that was, as Commissioner Schwartz clearly pointed out, the contractor got paid back. So they got paid twice for the permit, because the homeowner paid them, and that's right, it's a pass-through, and then they got the money back. So they got it twice. So I think that there should have been conversation, a strategy on who really should be getting the money back. I'm certain when you went through all of them, you could tell whether it was a contractor, whether it was an owner who probably did that stuff. And so I think it was a rush, and that, again, is part of what I believe is a good partnership, is the conversation, but it didn't happen here. So I just really do still have a hard time accepting that piece out of all this. That's probably the hardest thing I have to accept, so. Other than that, Mr. Mayor, I'm done with my question, thank you.
If I may, Chris Giordano, Calvin Giordano Associates, I'd like to correct the record on the number of fees that were inaccurate. The total of 18, 4 of those were the re-roofs, not one, which would change the calculation. Also, 6 of those were not building department related, they were other city functions, which would change those extrapolations greatly. When you take, 3 plus 6, 9 of those 18 out, so it'd be half of what was stated. Also, with the refunds, I understand what you're saying, and first I want to apologize that observation number 7 on the re-roofs. When it came across my desk, when the auditor found it, we did our own self-research before we even responded to the auditor, found the total impact. It was my decision to pay back who paid us. In hindsight, maybe that wasn't the best decision, but I wanted to get the money back into the folks who we owed it to. If that was an error in any way, I'll pay it again to the homeowners if I have to. I stand on my reputation. My last name's in the name of the company. We are human. We screwed up in an input into the software. We had a procedure that failed us, so we are modifying that. We're also looking into, if ongoing audit isn't a thing, to doing it ourselves every update. We get a memo from the city. If we are to continue doing the update ourselves, we'll pay an outside auditor to check those when we're done.
Okay. Mr. Card. Thank you, Mr. G. You got 3 minutes, young man, please.
I'm trying to talk as quick as I can. Good evening. Stephen Carr, 1120 Southwest 87th Avenue,
Thank you
Pembroke
for your
Pines.
patience.
Oh, I'm sorry?
Thank you for your patience.
No. First and foremost, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk, appreciate everything that you guys do, because you guys are really burning the candle on both ends. So I do appreciate the information that was given, and Mr. Schwartz, when I went through the thing and was able to come up with the audit. Couple of comments that I just felt, I said, it doesn't matter how late it gets tonight, I got to go and at least say what I have to say, for those that are here and maybe listening online as well. Okay, so first, a couple of comments, I'm going to go to this. The complaints, I myself, and I'm one person in the city of Pembroke Pines, and no, not everybody's perfect, but I went through hell with the building department. Commissioner Good knows that. Mr. Thom knows that. He knows because I showed up in his office and said, okay, I'm done with this. I am done with being told I didn't turn in things to the building department, and it was me. So for those that say it was the contractor who was doing a crappy job, no, I wasn't. And the way I finally got that resolved was I started taking pictures of stuff at the permit desk of things I turned in, and when they told me I didn't turn it in, I showed them the pictures. Okay, so that just floors me that we're still hanging on the great job of the building department. Anyways, as I go through the fear of change. 26 years with an association, 646 homes, very small microcosm of the residents here in Pembroke Pines. If I ever stood before them and said, you know, it's a real pain in the neck to change, we're just going to live with the way things are, we wouldn't have gone through 8 management companies over 26 years to get us to where we are. Yes, it's painful to change an attorney. Yes, it's painful to change a management company, but the lack of competitive bid drives complacency, which drives very poor service. And we would never settle for that. I wouldn't expect my commission to settle for that.
Let me ask you a question if you're really interrupting.
Yes.
When you did your mailboxes, you're a contractor. I was in the middle of that. You didn't mention my name, but I was in the middle of that.
Yes.
I tried to assist you.
Yes, and you know what our mailbox vendor told us? I will never do business with the city of Pembroke Pines because of all the crap that I went through going through that building department. And they know very well that I went back and forth with reports and emails and accusations with our management company. And you know Kent Sonneborn. He called you himself and told you he didn't appreciate the city throwing him under the bus for something that was not true.
All right, go ahead.
Okay? So, anyways, for those that are here that haven't seen this report, go online and read it. Okay, observation 1 was enough for me. It says right on here, and I'm going to read it as quickly as I can. City relies on a variety of vendors to provide essential services. These vendors' industries are typically subject to constantly changing regulations, technologies and market conditions. As a result, the city should provide regular due diligence of all of its service providers. Regular competition for the procurement of services is part of that due diligence. The recommendation of the vendor was the city currently outsources the building department services. The city has determined that its most cost-effective solution for providing such services to the community. A key benefit of outsourcing operations is continuous evaluation of contracts to obtain the most competitive rates and services. We recommend that the city use a competitive procurement process for its building department services. The competitive procurement process provides the opportunity for the city to obtain market competitive rates and negotiate preferable terms, okay? The city responded to that administration does not recommend a competitive bid, okay? They came back, and you said they went back and forth a little bit, and they said this was the auditor. Without subjecting the various contracts of the city outsources to competitive bidding process, it negates the main benefit of outsourcing, which is to deliver the highest level of service at the most competitive price. It's right there in black and white, guys. I would hope that my commission is going to look at that and realize, forget this, they're doing a great job, forget this, they're friendly to the city or to our fundraisers or whatever comments have been made in the past. Competitive business. I'm not saying get rid of them, just like the rest of them are saying here. Competitive business. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schwartz, what do you want to do with this? We're approaching 2 minutes.
No, and I appreciate Mr. Giordano coming down. This was the testimony I was looking for. The city's no bargain. Like, for some reason, the city can't make a mistake. Like, everyone gets offended that the city made a mistake. If one half of the problems that our building department is experiencing is the city of Pembroke Pines, we gotta fix that, man. Like, that's not fair to anybody. So I wanted to present the information so you can think about how you want to move forward. But we need to provide the administration a direction at the next meeting. It's imperative. It is completely unfair to, look, I sat on the other side of the desk when there were people who didn't know if they were gonna have a job tomorrow. Okay, when this thing got privatized to begin with. Okay, I do not want to have our building department think that they're going to be out of work. This is about making sure that we are upholding our end of the bargain, that we are effectively communicating. And if there's a screw up on both sides, we're big enough to say we both made a mistake.
Okay.
That's the point.
Right.
And again, I'm looking forward to getting my next item to make sure that the public knows what our commission auditor is doing, because they're doing a fantastic job. I want to make sure that's highlighted and give the public every opportunity to see the same information we got. Thanks.
All right, thank you, very good discussion. Sorry about the length. That's why I try to keep everybody's comments a little shorter, but thank you all for your patience. 30 seconds, shit. Come on, 30 seconds. Let me, I'm recording some. I'm recording.
Hey, Marlene.
Mr. That, I'm gonna have the staff give everybody, because I know by heart, our ordinances about commissioners, they get 5 minutes, 3 times.